I'm just going to read this from the notes in front of me here because I don't know how else to do this. I've been keeping a secret for 10 years and it has destroyed my life. I'm making this video not because I want to gain anything from it, and I don't really care to hear people's opinions, so I'm turning off the comments. I just want to close that chapter of my life, and I feel like this is the only way for me to do that now. I've exhausted all my other options, and I hoped that it wouldn't have to come to this. I've been dreading making this video for a long time, and I hoped that I wouldn't have to. I hope by sharing my story it will help other people that might be in a similar situation to let them know that they're not alone, because I felt very alone when it was me going through it. And I feel so strongly about doing the right thing, and this is it for me. Trigger warning, in this video I'm going to talk about every traumatic, horrible thing you can possibly think of. If you can't handle stories about abuse, then please turn off now. But if you're sticking around, please be prepared to watch the whole thing, because I know this is going to be a really long video. To get the full story, you can't miss any of this, so please watch from beginning to end. I have so much to say that it's taking me multiple days to film this video. If you're wondering why I change outfits a few times, it's because this has been filmed over the span of a week. I want to preface this and protect myself by saying that I have told the police that I'll be making this video, and they said that is within my rights as long as I don't name this person or show a picture of their face. So I'm not going to name this person, and if you're watching this and you know who I'm talking about, please don't name them publicly online. That's not what I want from this. And it's another reason why I'm turning off the comments, because I don't want people to speculate on this person's identity. I also want to say that I'm not going to claim anything that I can't prove to be true. Everything that I'm going to tell you I have evidence of, whether it's videos, messages, witnesses, medical records, and everything that I have given to the police. A lot of it I'm going to be able to show you here in this video, but some of it I don't have permission to share because the other people involved have asked me not to, because they are so scared that this person will continue to contact them if they identify who they are based on the screenshots that I'm going to read to you. So if I tell you that I have screenshots and messages and I don't show them on the screen, you're just going to have to believe that they're real and that the police have them on file and that I have stored them somewhere safe as a backup as well. And I wanted to show all of this to a judge. I wanted to go and sit in front of a jury and have a lawyer and all that stuff. But that option was taken away from me, not by my choice. So if this person I'm talking about decides to retaliate, then I would be happy to sit in front of a judge and show them all of the evidence that I have, because that's what I've been trying to do for the past 3 years. I've spoken to the other victims in this, and they are all happy for me to make this video and to talk about what happened to them, and they would all also be happy to go to court. Most of them have also spoken to the police. If it wasn't for years and years of therapy and medication, I don't think I could talk about this as easily as I am now. I am on so many antidepressants right now, I can't cry anymore. If I seem unfazed, I apologise. I am bothered. This hurts me tremendously, and I am immensely heartbroken that I even have to do this right now. For this video to work, I'm going to have to talk about everything in chronological time order. So I'm having to film this and mash it all together in parts. So the first part will be before the relationship began. The second part will be during the relationship. The third part will be the breakup and what happened after that, and the fourth part will be the police case that I have been dealing with for the past 3 years. I had never gone through the police system before, and to be honest I was a bit skeptical about going to the police because, you know, you always hear stories of police officer found guilty of this and this police officer has hurt women, so for a lot of this I didn't want to go to the police, but the person involved essentially has left me no option. But anyway, here is my story. Up until I was about 16, people had always treated me like I was some kind of hideous, ugly, disgusting creature because I didn't wear makeup, I didn't do all the fun, cool things that kids of my age were doing. I didn't care too much about clothes and fashion or looking good for other people. I didn't really care about all that. So girls and boys in my school would make comments like, who's ever going to love you? You're never going to find a boyfriend. People were embarrassed to be associated with me. One girl told me that she wasn't allowed to be my friend because her friendship group told her that if she was to be seen with me and then seen with them, it would look bad on them. So they didn't want her to be bringing my uncoolness over there to them. Boys would ask me out as like a joke and then laugh about it with their friends, and any guy that was kind of known to be talking to me outside of school would be laughed at by everybody else, so they just tried to avoid that. So I always felt like I was not worthy of a relationship, because that's how people had always treated me and what people had told me again and again. But to be honest, I wasn't really looking for a relationship anyway. I was really scared of, I don't know if I'm allowed to say the word sex or if my video will be removed, but I was really scared of that because I didn't have sex education in high school. And in primary school, I went to a religious school where there were nuns and we were constantly at church and we'd have to pray multiple times a day. And their sex education class was, when a man and a woman get married, they have sex to make a baby. And that's it. You don't have sex for any other reason. So I didn't really know much about sex. And I to be honest, I didn't care. I didn't want to find out. Like, I really did not want to do it. I was scared. It sounded scary and painful and embarrassing and horrible. And it was not for me. So I wasn't really looking for a relationship or a boyfriend. I wanted to have people interested in me. Obviously, I wanted to be desirable to people and to know that I could get a boyfriend if I wanted one. But I knew that eventually they would want to take it further intimately, and I did not want to do that. I mean, I would have been happy to hold hands and kiss and go on dates, but I did not want to do the big thing. And I knew that a lot of guys, especially teenage guys, would not be able to accept that in a relationship. When I started college, I was 16, and at that point I had been working as an actress for a couple of years. I was taking out-of-school acting classes where once a week I would meet with my agent and acting teachers who had worked in the industry for years and other people my age that were trying to get into the industry, and we would do acting classes and learn how to act. And because of this, I had got a few jobs in film and TV shows, so I knew kind of what happens on a film set, and I knew I wanted to be an actress. That was my dream job at the time, was to act and to be an actress, and I really loved doing it. It was like my biggest career goal at the time, and I was already living in it. I was getting there, and I was being on film sets and meeting celebrities and doing all these cool things that I'd always wanted to do. So when I started college, I thought there's no point of me taking another acting class because I'm still taking my out-of-school acting classes and I know how to act. So I didn't want to go to college all week and do acting classes and then also be doing acting classes out of college while also working as an actress out of college. So I decided I'd do a film and media production course instead, because I knew what happened in front of a camera. I just didn't know what happened after that. I didn't know how it was edited or planned or the other things that go into making a film other than acting in front of a camera. So I thought I would take a class in film production. Everybody else in my class wanted to be a sound designer or a light technician or a cameraman or a script writer or a director. I think I was the only one that actually wanted to be an actress. And because of that, I ended up getting roped into most of their projects because nobody else acted, really. Within the first few weeks, I did get to know the other people in my class, and it was mostly men. It was a very male-dominated class, but there were a couple of girls. And one day, a couple of weeks into this class, one of my male classmates approached me, and he was older than me. So I was 16 and he was about to turn 18. And he said to me, "Hey, I'm a filmmaker. I make movies for YouTube outside of college and I've been doing it for years. And it turns out we have a mutual friend. Someone that knows you told me that you're an actress and that I should talk to you and ask you to be in my movies." And I said, "Yeah, of course. I mean, nice to meet you. I'm Rebecca." And all of my classmates became quite close-knit, as in we would all, after college, go out for lunch together and for dinner together, and on the days that we weren't in college we were hanging out anyway. We spent a lot of time together as a class. It was the first time really that I'd had a big friendship group full of people. So the guy, I'm going to call him the filmmaker, just because I don't know what else to call him at this point. We got to know each other quite well, and I found out that he also acted in his movies. He was an actor as well, not professionally, but for himself, and I thought that was really cool. As an actor myself, I thought, wow, another actor, finally. And he was good at it. I mean, he was good at everything he did. He was so good at coming up with original creative ideas and storylines, and he was probably the best person in that classroom at making movies. And I'm sure everyone else in the class probably agreed. And I can't lie, I did find him very attractive, but he had a girlfriend of 3 years, so I just thought, nothing's gonna happen, I just like looking at him. But he said to me, I would like you to play the part of my character's girlfriend, because he was playing the part of his main character in his show, and his real life girlfriend did not want to act in it. And it was a superhero show, and I mean, I loved superhero films at the time. My room was covered in superhero posters, so of course I said yes. And one day while we were all out together having lunch, the topic of sex came up, because teenagers, what else are we going to talk about? And the filmmaker said, I've actually never done it before. I've been with my girlfriend for 3 years, and she's scared and she doesn't want to do it, and I respect that, and I don't think sex is a big deal, so I've never done it before, and I'm not embarrassed to admit that. And at that point I was like, oh my god, I've never met anybody like him before. However, he has a girlfriend, and I'm not desperate, and I'm not a homewrecker. I have massive respect for him, and I really like him a lot. I mean, he's a great friend, and he's obviously a great guy too. So I tried to put my feelings for him aside and get to know other people in the class. There was one other guy in the class who was very similar. He was also a filmmaker, and we got to know each other quite well, and I kind of liked him too, and I knew that he had also never done it before, and I felt like he would respect my no sex rule. So after a couple of months of getting to know each other, I asked him, why don't we hang out alone? You know, we're always with other people, and I'd like to get to know you, and why don't we have, like, I wouldn't call it a date, but, you know, some time away from everybody, because we were always in a group. We never really ever hung out by ourselves. So I asked him if he wanted to go to the movies together to see the latest superhero film, and he said yes. And I don't know if he just said yes to be polite because he was too shy to say no, but I was looking forward to getting to know him better, and this was the first time really that a guy had agreed to go on a date that wasn't, we never called it a date, but you know, it felt like a date. But every time I tried to let my feelings grow for this guy, the filmmaker would start saying things like, I'm so glad you're playing my girlfriend in this show. You're exactly what I've been looking for. Physically, we both look really great together. We make a great couple. I couldn't tell anymore if he was talking about my character or whether he was talking about me. The compliments he was giving me were things I'd never heard from anybody before. It was hard to not take those to heart. I mean, I was 16, and this older guy that I think is really cool is complimenting me, and it was making my feelings for him only grow. And I didn't want that. I didn't want to have feelings for him. He has a girlfriend, and I'm trying to get to know this guy, but it was really difficult situation to be in. Other than filmmaking, he was also traveling the world. He'd been to New York and Malaysia via Dubai, and his family had lived in another country, so he was always out there. He was always doing something somewhere, and I just never had someone like that pay any interest in me, because I thought this guy could have any girl he wants. This guy could probably get lots of actresses if he wanted to, and he's choosing to have me as his love interest. Like, that was a big deal at the time. I decided to be honest with the filmmaker and say, look, I'm kind of starting to get to know this other guy, and the things you're saying to me, it's kind of making it difficult for me to figure out whether you like me or whether this is a work thing. So I think we should maybe distance ourselves. And I said this to him while we were walking around a Toys R Us with the rest of our class, because we'd all just been to the cinema together as a group, and we never really got any alone time. So I was like, hey, can I talk to you for a sec in this back aisle of Toys R Us? So I said to him that what he was saying was making it hard for me to kind of not have feelings for him, and that I didn't want that, and I respected his relationship, and I'd never met his girlfriend, but I didn't want to disrespect that. So I'm trying to get to know this other guy, but it's hard when he is telling me all these nice things, so could he maybe just not? And this bit is really makes me feel horrible, but he said to me, I don't want to be with my girlfriend anymore, I want to be with you. The flirting is not just for the show, I genuinely do actually like you. My relationship isn't really a real relationship. We got together when we were so young, and we're kind of staying together now because it seems like we have to, not because we want to. I barely see her. She has no interest in anything that I do. She has no interest in who I'm hanging out with. I'm thinking of leaving her, and I really would like to start getting to know you. And obviously I was shocked because no guy had ever liked me back before, and I didn't know his girlfriend, so I didn't feel as bad as I probably should have. He didn't seem quite happy with the idea of me having feelings for the other guy. He would say things like, well, you know, he's unreliable, and you know that this and this and this. Like, he started listing off all the bad things about him, trying to kind of put me off as if he was jealous. And I thought, well, if he's jealous, he really must like me. Like, if he doesn't want anyone else to have me, then he really must feel strongly about me in some way. I kind of pushed the other guy out of the picture. We never went on that non-date thing, and we were still going to be friends anyway because we're in the same class and we can't escape each other. So I was just now waiting for the filmmaker to leave his girlfriend because that's what he said he was going to do. And that sounds horrible, but from what he had explained to me, it wasn't a real relationship, and he didn't love her and she didn't really care about him anyway, and they were fizzling out, and it was probably for the best, and he didn't want her to feel trapped in this loveless relationship, so I didn't think that it was a bad thing for them to be breaking up. A few days later, we came into the classroom and he was sitting at his desk crying. He said, "My parents are divorcing. My dad just admitted to my mum that he has been cheating on her throughout their whole marriage with sex workers, because he works out of the country, he's never around, and while he was in these other faraway countries, he was hiring sex workers and lying to my mum about it. So my parents are divorcing, and we're moving out of my family home, and I don't know what to do." He lived quite close to the college, so we had all been to his house. We had met his dad because his dad would drive us to locations when we were filming his college projects. So we knew his dad and we knew where he lived, and the thought of him losing all of that was hard to watch. And our college teacher actually referred him to the counselor, the college counselor, because they felt that he needed to talk to somebody professional about this situation, because it was clearly getting to him and affecting his work, and he was crying in the classroom, so he needed help. But apparently, according to him, I don't know if this is true, this is just what he said, his mum was not happy with the teacher because they were trying to get involved with his mental health and his personal life, so the mum would not let him go to the counsellor or have therapy or talk to anybody about it. It wasn't very much longer after that, it was a matter of weeks later when he was crying in the classroom again because his girlfriend had left him. And he wanted to be the one to do the leaving. And he was upset anyway because he believed that she had cheated on him. He'd said, well, my girlfriend, I'm pretty sure, is cheating on me with some other guy. He was just devastated, again, in such a short amount of time. We all tried to distract him and to take his mind off of everything and to continue talking to him as if nothing was happening, you know, to kind of give him some kind of escape from the horrible things that were going on in his life right now. So I would talk to him all the time, every day, throughout the night. One day, a couple of weeks after his breakup, he confessed that he was falling in love with me. And I'll read the text message here. "Recently, I felt like, this is going to sound ridiculous, but I felt like I'm on the borderline of loving you. And I hate it. I don't want to yet. See, I can't help that either. It's just how I feel. In the pub today, I just wanted to hug you for quite a while for reasons I can't even explain. But I didn't because I care too much about what people think. Honestly, Rebecca, I don't even understand myself with this area. I don't know if it's even classed as love because I always think for some reason in my brain it can't be love unless both people feel the same and you've been together for ages. I've fallen in love, well, borderline love, with you faster than I ever did with my ex. And I've pretty much just broken up with her. That says something." And I was very confused at that time because to me, I believed love is something you only feel when you've at least been in a relationship for a long time. Usually you would befriend someone, then date them, and then make it an official relationship, and then fall in love. You don't fall in love first, usually. That is what I thought anyway at the time. I didn't know any different. I'd never been in love, and no one had ever loved me, so I didn't know really that that was possible. But I felt like I was feeling it too anyway. There's a difference between being in love and loving someone. Like, you love your family and your friends. You are in love with somebody that you want to be intimate with and share the rest of your life with and do everything for and give yourself to. There's a big difference. But again, we never really spent any time alone. We were always with the rest of our friends. So one day he invited me out to the woods near his house that I had never been to before that are really difficult to get to because you have to walk across a muddy field that's on a slope and try not to fall down, and then you have to part the bushes and climb through them, and then you have to jump over a mini little river, and then you have to climb up some rocks to get to the top of this hill in the woods. So there was no one around for miles and miles. I'm not sure if anyone even knew that these woods existed, and I'm not sure how he found them in the first place, but he took me out there saying that it would be for part of the project. We have to go out here to pre-plan how we're going to film this project. And when we got there, he turned to me and he said, "You want to kiss me, don't you?" So I said, yeah. And we did. That was my first proper kiss. And not long after that, he wanted to film a scene for his show in a different woods at the local dam, which is like a big lake surrounded by woods. And he wanted to go into those woods, and it would just be me, him, and the mutual friend that originally told him to talk to me. And in that scene, my character was supposed to be in a relationship with the mutual friend, and she cheats on him with the filmmaker's character. So while we were filming our scenes in the woods and reading his script, he then said to me, "Kiss him." And I said, "I don't want to kiss him." And he said, "Well, it would make it more believable. You two are supposed to be in a relationship in the show, and you're not really showing that, so you need to kiss him to make it look more believable." And I said, "Look, I've only just kissed you like a week ago. I don't want to now be kissing this guy. Did he just kiss me a week ago to prepare me for kissing this guy? Because he knew that I'd never kissed anyone before?" And I said, "Can I just kiss him on the cheek instead?" And the filmmaker said, "Yeah, fine, okay." And I felt safe. I felt like he respected my decision and wasn't going to make me do something that I really didn't want to do. So I was happy to kiss this guy on the cheek. But we had to refilm that scene so many times. "Do it again. No, do it again. Make it more believable. No, come in from a different angle. Wait, let me move the camera to a different angle. Wait, let me get behind you. Do it again." And then the scene progressed into my character cheating on her boyfriend with the filmmaker's character, and I was supposed to seduce him in the woods and kind of make a move on him, and then it's implied that they have sex in the woods. And I didn't know how to act that because I was still 16 and my acting classes weren't teaching kids how to be sexy. I didn't really know what I was doing. I was just following this guy's directions. And if anybody had walked past and seen two guys and one girl with a camera pretending to kiss and pretending to have sex in the woods, it would look like we were filming porn. Not long after that, he said that he wanted me to meet his out-of-college friends, people that I had never met before. I'm gonna call his friend Jack. So I sat down with the filmmaker and Jack, and we got to know each other, and then Jack said, "She's not as weird as you said she was." And the filmmaker responded with, "I never said that per se." And I could tell that he was trying to get Jack to stop talking. But Jack only made it worse by saying, "Yes, you did. You said that she was weird and awkward, but she's actually really cool." And I was like, oh my god, wait, he's been talking about me to his friends? That's a good sign, right? Yeah, I know, I'm stupid, I know. And I don't know how the conversation came back around to sex. Again, we were teenagers, but Jack said that he had never done it before. And I said, "Oh, I've never done it before." And the filmmaker said, "Well, I've never done it before, but I'll probably do it before Jack does." And I think it must have been only maybe a week or two later, Jack had finally done it. And their friendship group were treating this like a really big deal. Like, yes, our friend has finally done it. Let's all buy him a beer. Let's celebrate. Congratulations. They were treating it like a really big deal, which was strange to me. And the filmmaker wanted in on that. The filmmaker became very jealous. I was the one that waited for 3 years in a relationship and never got to do it, so it should have been me. It should have been me, and that should have been my first red flag. And again, it wasn't because I'm stupid. So he said to me, "Look, I can't be with someone that doesn't want to have sex. I can't. And I've waited for too long and I really want to do it, and I know that you don't." And I said, "Look, I don't want to have physical sex. However, we could text in that kind of way, you know, like sexting. We could do that." So I sexted with him, and I started to wear makeup, and I started to wear different clothes, and I started to do my hair in whichever way he liked it to be because I really wanted to keep him interested. Not long after that, I turned 17. It was my 17th birthday, and only a matter of days after that, the filmmaker invited me over to his house to film a video. And I'd been to his house quite a few times with our group of friends, but I'd never been there alone. And he said, my family aren't going to be back until later, so it's just going to be you and me, but I really need to film this video for my project. And I agreed. I said, yeah, okay, fine, let's go. And this is when things got traumatic. So if you're sensitive to topics of sexual abuse, then please switch off now. But I got to his house and we filmed the video, and we were filming for maybe just over an hour when he said, okay, let's go upstairs. I need to export the project from my camera onto my laptop so that I can edit it. So I had never been in his bedroom before. I'd never been in any boy's bedroom alone before, but I went upstairs with him into his bedroom, and he sat at his computer desk with his laptop, and I sat on the edge of the bed. And then he got up out of his desk chair and sat next to me on the bed. And I felt uncomfortable. So I got off the bed and sat in the desk chair that he had just left. And he laughed and he said, no, come back. Come back and sit on the bed. And I didn't want to make the situation more awkward than it already was, so I came and sat back on the bed next to him. And he said to me, have you ever seen a penis before? And I said, not in person. I mean, I've seen pictures, I've seen them online in videos and things, but I've never seen one in front of me before. And he said, well, do you want to? And I said, oh, no, I'm okay, thank you. I mean, I'm very scared, to be honest. I'm scared. I really don't want that yet. I'm not ready for that yet. And he replied, look, I care about you a lot, and I want to help you get over that fear. And this is what friends do for each other. They help each other, and I'm just trying to help you. So why don't I show you mine, and you can see that it's not that scary. And you trust me, right? You trust me, so let me do this for you. I just want to help. And I kept saying, no, I'm fine. Maybe another time, but not today. I'll pass, thanks. I'm okay. And he just kept insisting, like, but I really, really want to do this for you. Let me do this for you. This is for your sake, not mine. We sexted and we talked about all the things that we wanted to do, and, you know, this is like the next step. And I was like, yes, sexting is different to actually physically acting on it. Like, it's not the same thing. And he just insisted and insisted and insisted, and it went on for maybe 10 to 20 minutes until eventually I realized he was not going to change his mind, and he seemed to be getting more and more desperate and frustrated. And I just thought, if I let him do this and get it over with, then I can leave. So I gave in and I said, fine, you can show me. And I didn't want to stare. I didn't really know where to look. I didn't want to just stare at it the whole time, so I was kind of looking around and trying not to be rude. And then he said, touch it, go ahead, touch it. And I said, no, I've done what you wanted. I looked at it. And he said, no, you have to touch it. And I said, I don't want to do that. And he insisted again, the same as before, I'm doing this for you as a friend, I care about you, don't you trust me? Until I was like, fine. And I reached out and I tapped it, and then I retracted my hand. No, hold it. You know, feel it. Really feel what it feels like. You're making me feel uncomfortable. You're making me feel embarrassed. You're making me feel like a bad guy. And if you don't do this, I don't think we can be friends anymore. I'm going to be so embarrassed, I might actually drop out of the class. I don't want to go back to college tomorrow and sit next to you in class and know that this situation has happened, because you're making me feel bad. You're making me feel like a bad guy, and I'm not a bad guy. I'm not. And I didn't want him to drop out of college and ruin his career and dream in filmmaking. So I was like, fine, I will hold it. And so I did. And then it only escalated from there, where he would then ask, can you take this part of your clothing off? Can I touch you? Can you do this to it? Can you put it in your mouth? And it went on for hours. And every time I would say no at least 10 times and try and get out of it. And every time he would guilt trip me and beg me and kind of blackmail me and say, well, you've led me on. You've come all the way out here and you made me believe that something is going to happen. And now you're making me feel bad and you're making me feel embarrassed. And I thought we were friends. And why are you doing this to me? Then it was, look, I'm trying to do you a favor. I care about you. We're friends. And if you do this, we can be in a relationship. You know, once this is over with, we can be together and I won't be with anybody else and I love you. So for over an hour that was going on, and eventually I ended up naked and he put his fingers there and it hurt and I started to cry because I was embarrassed and ashamed and scared. And it's only fair that I also say that when I did ask him to stop, sometimes he would stop and he would say, look, I've stopped, see, I can stop, I'm not a bad guy. And then he would wait 2 to 5 minutes and then he would try to coerce me again. Can we try again? Maybe we should continue. Is it okay if I touch you again? He would never just stop and that would be the end of it. It would always be, okay, we'll take like a 2-minute break and then get back into it again. I didn't scream for help. I didn't run out of the house. I didn't want to cause a scene or be difficult. I just kept thinking in my mind, if I get this over with, it will be done quickly. I'm just dragging it out. I just need to get it over with and then I can leave. And then he said, can we have sex? If you don't sleep with me, I'm going to go sleep with someone else. I actually know a girl that's easy and will sleep with anyone. But if you do sleep with me, we can be in a relationship. And I said, absolutely not. I've done absolutely everything else that you've asked me to. I mean, yes, it's took you 2 hours to convince me to do it, but this is as far as it goes. If the opportunity comes up in the future and it seems like the right time, then yeah, we can do it, but not right now. And he said, fine, I'll accept that. But I need to finish myself off because people who have penises, when we get turned on and we don't finish the task, to put it politely, it hurts. I'm currently in pain. I can't just walk around with this. I need to finish myself off so that the pain goes away. And I didn't know any differently. Nobody ever told me that that wasn't true. And if you don't know, that isn't true. But I didn't know that. And nobody had ever had that conversation with me. I'd never had the talk with my parents. My friends had talked about sex, but they never said this is what's not true. Don't believe somebody if they tell you this because it's not true. Nobody ever told me that. Nobody ever told me the warning signs to look out for. So I was like, well, he has the penis. He must know more than I do. I've never had a penis before. So I said, fine, I will let you do what you need to do and then I can go. And he said, well, it would be easier for me if you got into a position that I liked. So I was on my hands and knees, facing away from him, completely naked, and he was behind me. Suddenly, there was a horrible feeling deep inside my gut area, and it felt like I had been punched through into my stomach, and it was so painful. I yelled. I literally yelled out in pain, and I threw myself forward using my hands and my legs, and I almost fell off the bed. I was in so much pain. I was crying and yelling and rocking back and forth and holding myself, and I knew what that was. I knew what had happened. I knew it. And he then stood over me and he was like, shh, stop crying, please be quiet, my neighbours are going to hear you, please, shh, stop crying, I'm so sorry, you said that if it seemed like the right time and that we could do it later, and I mean, now seemed like the right time, I thought that you were ready and I was trying to help you and I was trying to do you a favour because I love you, please stop crying, please. It hurts for everybody, and your first time is gonna hurt. It's supposed to hurt, but the more you do it, the less it hurts, and we have to keep going because the vagina expands during sex, and if you stop doing it for a certain amount of time, it will close back up and it will hurt again, but the more you do it, the less it hurts, so we have to keep going. And I couldn't move, and I couldn't talk, and all I could do was cry, naked, curled up in a ball, for maybe another hour or two after that, and I couldn't get dressed, and I couldn't talk to him, and I blamed myself, and I thought this is my fault. And I did say we could do it later in life if it seemed like the right time, and I guess an hour is later, so can I blame him? It's not his fault, it's my fault, and I don't want to get him in trouble, and I just blamed myself. And after a couple of hours, he said, look, my mum is coming home, you need to leave right now. So I very quickly got dressed, and I left the house, and as I was standing at the bus stop at the end of his street, I saw his mum drive up to the house and come home. And then I had to get 2 buses to get home, and the whole time I was crying. So I walked in my front door and I came straight into my bedroom and I was still crying, and my mum followed me in here because she heard me crying, and she knew that I'd been to his house, and she knew that I liked him, and she knew that he liked me, and she said, "You had sex, didn't you?" And I wasn't going to lie to her. I mean, she wasn't going to lecture me on it. I was 17. I was above the legal age of consent, and I said, yes, I did. And it really, really hurt. But I didn't explain to her the situation of how it got to that. I just said that I'd done it and that it was painful. So she said to me, look, there's something you can get called lube, which helps. It makes it easier for you. You should try that next time if you're going to continue. And I said, great, thanks. Now please leave. Please go away. And she left. I messaged one of my friends and explained what had happened. I can't even describe the horror of the noises and the shrieks. I was shouting out and swearing, and I had tears streaming down my face. But I know that in the future it'll be worth all the pain, because eventually the vagina adjusts and you feel no pain. It hurt. I've never felt so much pain ever. Even thinking about it makes me want to cry. I couldn't walk for hours. I thought I could handle the pain because people said it's not that bad, but I couldn't handle it. Now the filmmaker was having all the let's buy him a beer, congratulations, let's throw a party, celebrations, and suddenly all the attention was on him like he wanted it to be, and took it away from Jack. For a couple of days after that, I was in so much pain, I was struggling to walk properly, and peeing really hurt, so I called my doctor, and they let me see a women's health nurse. And she had a look down there, and she said, you are swollen and bruised to the point where I can't even put a finger in there because it is so bad, and you look like you've been assaulted. What happened to you? And I said, well, I had sex for the first time, and I think I've done something wrong. It's probably my fault. I must have done something wrong. And she said, if you were assaulted, you need to tell me. I'm here to help you. And I didn't consider it to be assault. I thought assault or sexual assault or rape is when a strange man drags you down an alleyway in the middle of the night and does what he does to you. I didn't think it was something that happened from somebody that you loved or someone that you trusted or a friend. I thought it was my fault, and I didn't want him to be arrested, because if I said that to the nurse, they would call the police, and then I'd have to explain myself to him. And I said no, it wasn't assault, it was my fault. And she wanted a second opinion, so she brought in a second nurse who also had a look and then also said the exact same thing. And then I had to convince two nurses that I wasn't assaulted and that it was my own fault. And I said, look, can you just explain to me how it is supposed to work? Like, I've obviously done something wrong here and I don't really know what I'm doing. So can you tell me how it is supposed to work? And they looked at each other and they were like, are we really going to explain how sex works to a 17-year-old right now? Like, this is embarrassing. So they said, the penis goes into the vagina. And I said, well, I knew that. So I guess I didn't do something wrong. So the nurses prescribed me some pain medication, and they said, look, you need to take a break from sex. You need to not do this for a while until the inflammation goes down, because you're not okay. So I told the filmmaker what happened, and I said, look, the nurses say that I shouldn't do it again. And he said, well, I told you, the more you do it, the less it hurts. So we can't stop now, because it's going to hurt again if we wait a month. We have to keep going. We have to keep doing it, because otherwise it's going to shrink back down to how it used to be, and then it's going to hurt again like it did before. And you don't want that, do you? You don't want to be going through this every single time. And the nurses didn't tell me that that wasn't true. The nurses didn't say what to look out for and lies and what not to believe, so I believed him because I'm stupid. I mean, I keep saying I'm stupid. I was just vulnerable and gullible, and he knew that, and he took advantage of it. So willingly, I went back not long after that, and I did it again. And that time didn't hurt as bad. To be honest, it didn't. And it hurt, but it didn't hurt as bad as before. So I believed he was right. I thought, well, he must have been telling the truth then, because this proves it. The more you do it, the less it hurts. So I guess we're going to have to keep doing it. And eventually we were doing it so often that I said to him, look, we're doing what couples do. We're doing what people in a relationship would do. Our friends know now that something is going on. I think we should just actually make it official and only see each other and be a couple, be a boyfriend and a girlfriend. And he said, yeah, okay, fine, we'll do that. But I don't want to kiss you again because your lips are so small. It's really hard to kiss you. You're really thin lips. And that was A great moment because now I had a boyfriend, but a horrible moment because then I was left with an insecurity that I've had ever since and will probably have for the rest of my life. You can't really tell right now, but like, he's right. I really don't have much lip going on. So I tend to overdraw them with like lipstick to make them look bigger than they are. And I would have got lip filler, but I'm scared of needles, so I'm not gonna do that. But hey, I had a boyfriend now, my first ever proper boyfriend. I was so excited and happy, and I was bragging to all of my friends, like, I have a boyfriend, this is amazing, and I can change my Facebook status to in a relationship. And so that's how our relationship began. We were officially a couple, and we did normal couple things, went on dates, held hands, and I got to know his family and the rest of his friends, and we were just doing normal teenage couple things. One day, his mum went on holiday with the rest of his family and left him at home by himself, so he had the house to himself, and his friend said, why don't you throw a house party? And my boyfriend said, okay, fine. And I decided to bring along my best friend, who I had been best friends with for maybe a year at that point. It was actually the girl who originally told me in high school, we can't be friends because my friends think you're weird and it would ruin their reputation to be associated with you via me. But after high school and during college, we became friends, and now we were best friends. And I really wanted my best friend and my boyfriend to meet and to get along and to get to know each other, so I brought my best friend along to this house party. And I had never been to a party before. I didn't drink alcohol because I was 17. I was under the legal age of buying alcohol, and nobody told me that you can't mix different types of drinks. You shouldn't be drinking vodka and cider and gin and whiskey, and like, I didn't know that. So anytime anyone heard, you've never drank before, oh my gosh, you should try this, then you should taste this, why don't you try a little bit of that? And I drank whatever people were giving me, which was a bad idea. So I ended up feeling really, really sick. I didn't know it at that point, but I found out later on that I am allergic to alcohol. I was very drunk off of only a small amount, and I was itchy and I felt hot, and I ended up feeling sick. So I went out into the garden and I threw up on the floor. And something I quickly noticed while at this party was all the men were 18 and above. All the girls were younger than me. Maybe 16, one of them might have been 15, which is under the legal age of consent in the UK, by the way. But because I was 17, I was in the middle, and I thought, well, I'm hanging out with people 2 years older than me. I'm hanging out with people 2 years younger than me. I didn't think that was weird, but these people hanging out with these people was weird, looking back and thinking harder about it. So I don't know why there were so many grown men and teenage underage girls there, but at the time I was drunk. So I was throwing up, and one of these girls actually had to hold my hair back to keep it out of my face while I was throwing up. I also at some point got stuck up a ladder in the garden, and somebody had to get me down. I don't remember much from this party, to be honest. I went back into the house where most of the people were. There were people in every single room of this house. It was a big house with a lot of rooms, and there was people everywhere. But I could not find my best friend. And she didn't know any of these people. She'd never been to his house before. She didn't know where she was. So now she's drunk and lost, surrounded by strangers, and it's my fault. So I'm running around the house asking everybody, have you seen my best friend? And they're saying, we don't know who that is. Nobody was any help at all. And I started to panic, and I started to cry, and I was so upset, and I was like, I've lost my best friend and I don't know where she is. Where is my boyfriend? He is also missing. And then I realised they must be together. I went into his bedroom. I opened the door because it was closed, and they were both in there, in the dark with the lights off, sitting on the floor. And he had unbuttoned his trousers, and he was pulling his shirt up. And she was very drunk, and he was not. Before I could say, what is happening? What is going on here? My boyfriend jumped up and said, it's not what it looks like, it's not what it looks like. I told her that I have, the V-lines, the V-lines, where your stomach meets your groin, and, you have your six-pack, and then it kind of goes down to, like, your groin, those lines, the V-lines, you know what I mean? And my friend was like, yeah, he told me, but, like, I didn't believe him, so he wanted to show me, and it's true that they're there, I could see them. And I was like, okay, it is time for us to leave. So I texted my parents and I said, can you pick me up, please? And they came and got me and my friend, and we left. And I wasn't mad at her. I didn't blame her for any of this because she was drunk. And I was so drunk at that point, I wasn't really processing what was going on. I didn't really think too hard about it, so it didn't really stick with me. The next day, his mum came back from her holiday, and I wasn't there at the time, but apparently she came home, went into the garden, and saw the sick on the floor. And she realised he must have had a party because he could not explain that. And she was not happy about the fact that he had had a party secretly while she was away, which is understandable, to be fair, I get that. And I think it was maybe the same day or the day after that, she went out for the day to go back to work, and I came over to his house alone, and he absolutely lost his mind with me. And I have never ever seen him like that. I'd never ever seen him angry like that, but he was so mad at me. And he was slamming his fist down on the kitchen counter, and he was yelling, and he was like, "You've got me in trouble, this is your fault, you've done this, you threw up and it's your fault, and now I'm in trouble and you need to fix this mess." And he was just constantly blaming me for everything. And I was scared. Like, I'd never ever seen him like this. I didn't realize he could be that angry. Like, I'd known him for a year at this point, and I'd never ever known him to be mad about anything, really. So he was scaring me, and I decided to step backwards out of the kitchen, because the kitchen attached to like a dining room area. So I walked through the doorway backwards, and I bumped into the table behind me, and he followed me through the doorway, and he grabbed my wrists, and they were like this, and he grabbed them together, and he was holding them like up here, and I was trying to get free, and he was just holding them and yelling and screaming in my face. I was really scared, and I said, you're hurting me, please stop, let go." So he let go, and he said, "Fine, I guess I'm an abuser now as well. Great, so now you think I'm an abusive boyfriend. Great, it's my fault, isn't it? It's always my fault, great." And he picked up the closest thing he could find, which was a pen on the dining room table. And he picked it up, and he started to slam it into his head as hard as he could, until the pen actually broke into pieces. He was bleeding, he had like puncture holes in his head, and I couldn't stay mad at him because he was now bleeding and in pain, and he clearly wasn't okay. So I didn't run out of the door, I didn't yell for help, I didn't try and escape. My first thought was, I need to help him. So he ran upstairs to the bathroom, and I followed him in there and washed his head. And I promised, I will never get you in trouble again. I will never do anything to get you in trouble again, and anytime you're in trouble, I will take the blame. I will say it was my fault, because I don't want this to happen again. I don't want you to hurt yourself again. And he said, "I'm sorry, it was a one-time thing, it was just a one-off blip, and it won't happen again." And things did actually improve after that. We had quite a few weeks and months where nothing bad happened, there were no arguments or disagreements, everything was perfect, and this fairy tale love story, and everything was great. Until one day we decided to go to a concert, to go watch a live performance of a band that we both liked. And we had a spare ticket, so I decided to bring along my cousin, who was 15. And I think at this point, my boyfriend might have been 19. I don't know if it was just before he turned 19 or just after he turned 19, but he was around 19. And before we got to the concert, we decided to go to KFC for something to eat, because we were starving and the concert wasn't for another 2 hours, so we decided to go and get food. So we walked into KFC, and it was packed full of people, because everybody had the same idea of getting food before the concert. So I said to my boyfriend and my cousin, "Go get a table. Go secure a table so we can sit down, and I will order the food at the till." So they went and got a table together, and I went and got food from the till. And they'd never met each other before. I think this was the first time they'd actually met, so they were getting to know each other, and I could see them across the room talking, laughing, asking each other questions, getting to know each other while I ordered the food. And then the food came really quickly, and I brought the food over to the table. We sat down and we ate the food, and then we went to the concert, and everything was great and fun, and we had a great night. Until we got home, when my boyfriend then texted me, "I think I'm in love with your cousin." And I said, "That's it. I'm done. I am done with you. You are sick. You are an arsehole. Fuck you, you disgusting pig. She is 15. You are 19. I don't want to be with you anymore. Fuck you." And I was so mad. And he responded, "Well, I think she feels the same way. We had a moment in KFC, so she probably likes me too." So I messaged my cousin, and I wasn't mad at her again, I was mad at him because she's the teenager here, and I said, apparently you and my boyfriend had a moment in KFC, and I'd like to know if that is true. And she said, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry if I gave him the wrong impression. I was just trying to be nice. I never flirted with him. I didn't mean to give him any indication that I liked him that way. I'm really not sure what he's talking about. So I told him I'm leaving. Goodbye. And he responded with, if you leave me, I'm gonna kill myself. I'm a monster and a paedophile and I deserve to die and I'm disgusting and I need to be put down because I'm a danger to young girls. And he just kept going on and on and on and on about how he planned to kill himself. I was mad, but I didn't want him to die. I've never wanted that. I've never ever, even now, I do not want him to die. I have never wanted him to be dead. So I tried to calm him down and I didn't know what to do or say. And I can't actually remember what I did or said, but somehow we stayed together. And I'm going to assume it's because I didn't want him to die. I thought he's only acting out and lashing out like this because of what happened with his dad and his parents and his ex leaving him so soon after that. And I thought, this is just temporary and it will get better. He's just having a really hard time and I can't blame him for being traumatized and reacting this way since he's gone through so much lately. And I just believed that this good part of him was still in there and that it would come back soon. So I gave him another second chance. I guess a third chance. Around that time, he also went on a college trip to New York. And I didn't go because I'm scared of travelling and flying, so he went just with a couple of our classmates and some people from different other college classes within our college that were doing different courses and learning different skills. They all went together on a college trip with the teachers. And while he was there, he texted me and he said, there is a girl here that I have met from another class and I've told my friends that I want to sleep with her. And again, I was like, fuck you, I am done. That is it. You've had too many chances. I don't want to be with you anymore, you disgusting pig. But then he turned it around on me and he said, well, at least I was honest. At least I told you the truth. Would you rather I have lied? Do you want me to lie to you? If you want, next time, I'll just lie to you if that's what you want. I'll just lie, since you obviously don't like it when I tell you the truth. I was really annoyed. But again, he pulled the I'm gonna kill myself card. And nothing happened. I just said it to my friends. You can't be mad at me for something I said when nothing actually physically happened between us. She doesn't like me anyway. She's never spoken to me. I just said it to my friends because all my friends fancy her. And so I said, yeah, well, me too. And I would sleep with her. And it was not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Calm down. And he made me feel like I was overreacting. So again, we stayed together because I'm an idiot. He then came back from the trip with a very expensive bracelet for me as an apology gift. And everybody who saw it was like, oh, isn't that so romantic? Isn't that so nice? Your boyfriend buying you expensive jewelry. And I mean, he only did that because his friend that he was on the trip with bought the exact same bracelet for his girlfriend. And he saw his friend doing it and thought, that's what I'm supposed to do. Not because I wanted it or because he thought about me. He just was copying whatever his friends were doing because he felt like that was what he had to do. It was around this time that he started telling me that my mum thinks you're ugly. My mum thinks you're holding me back in life. My mum thinks I can do better. My mum says that you're not good enough for me. And she never said these things to me, so I don't know if she was saying these things or if he was lying. I don't know. But he said it so often where my mum doesn't like you, she doesn't think you're good enough, I can do better, I'm so attractive, I could get any girl I want, and I should be with a model rather than someone like you. I hear my sister and her friends laughing when they look at pictures of you. My sister and her friends think that you're not good enough for me and I should be with one of her friends instead because they all fancy me, because everybody fancies me, because I'm so hot and you're not. And it was just like all the time. But I took that as I need to try harder. I need to start wearing more makeup and I need to start wearing different clothes and I need to look nicer and I need to prove to these people that I am worthy of him and I need to prove that I deserve him and I want them to like me. I really, really wanted his family to like me because I liked them and I wanted to be with him forever and I wanted his family to be part of my family and I would have done whatever they wanted me to do at that point. because I really wanted to be good enough for him. And then he said to me, look, all of this confusion is causing me to feel the urge to show other women my penis. So I went on to a chat room called Omegle, which is kind of like an online video chat room where it connects you to random strangers that are on the website at the same time, and you can see and talk to each other, and then you can skip to the next person if you don't want to talk to them. And he said that he went on there and showed people his penis. And I said, that's cheating. That is cheating. I'll just read the texts to you. Okay then, in that respect I have. I've cheated, but I've never properly cheated. I'm not my dad. Thanks for cheating on me. No wonder you all hate me. Well, fuck you all. I don't need any of you. I'll go rot in another country. I hate you all and I want you all to die. You're the cheater. I mean, except you. You want us to die because you cheated. And then he sent me pictures of him pretending to hang himself. There was 3 pictures where he had tied a cable around his neck and he was strangling himself, and he said that he was going to kill himself. And obviously I can't show his face, so I'm going to have to blur that out, but I'm going to show you what I was seeing. What the fuck are those photos? You're literally taking the piss. I'm strangling myself. So I believed genuinely that he was going to do it. I believed that he was going to kill himself, and I said, look, you need help. You need therapy. If you can get better, I will stay with you because I know that you're better than this. I remember how you were before, and I believe you can get back to that point, but you need help. You are clearly not well, and you need therapy. And I mean, I've had therapy during my life quite a few times, and I know that it can work and be really helpful for some people, so I really think you should give it a try, and you really need help. And if you get help, I will forgive you and I will stay with you because I think that you are just unwell. I think that you are sick. I don't want you to hurt yourself, and I don't want you to die, so please just do the right thing and get help. And his response was, my mum is a nurse. She doesn't want me to have therapy. She won't let me. My mum will not allow it. If something is wrong with me, I will go to my mum. But she says that I'm fine and there is nothing wrong with me, and you are the problem. I'm depressed because of you. You are causing me to break down and have these outbursts because you are holding me back. And it's not my fault, and she doesn't think I need to talk to a doctor or a therapist, and she's medically trained, so if I need anything, she can help me. I don't need a therapist. I don't know who my doctor is. I don't know where my doctor is. I don't think I've ever seen my doctor, because if ever I have a medical problem, I go to my mum, and I couldn't do anything. I just had to trust him. I just had to trust that his mum would help and she would do something, because he seemed to believe that she would, and I didn't know her well enough to think otherwise, so there was nothing I could do. But again, I knew I couldn't leave because he would hurt himself, and I didn't want to end the relationship. I wanted to be with him, and I wanted to have this fairy tale ending, and I wanted to be in love, and I wanted to be loved, and I just didn't think that if we broke up, anyone else would ever want me. But for me, I really didn't want to be with more than one person forever, so I wanted to make this work, and I believed truly that it could and that he would get better. So I stayed again, and I feel so stupid. I really do feel stupid. I know there's going to be people watching this thinking, how can you be so stupid? And I know I feel that way about myself. Something else that I need to mention is that while we were in college, one of my other classmates started to become obsessed with me. And he confessed his love to me on multiple occasions, and I rejected him again and again. And he then began to, stalk me. He would follow me around the town. He would show up wherever I was. If me and my friends posted a picture on Instagram saying, we're at this cafe, back in the day when Instagram was new, you would just take a picture of a coffee on a table within the app and then post it straight away without really thinking about the dangers of live sharing your location. And he would then show up to wherever we were. Coincidentally, he just so happened to be walking past. And he would constantly ask me out and tell me, I can't get over you, I'm in love with you. And I would say, look, I don't feel that way about you. I have a boyfriend. And he then told some of my classmates that he apparently wanted to hurt my boyfriend for coming between us. But anyway, this guy, one day I was filming one of his projects, and this happened before I was in a relationship, by the way. So we went over to his house, me, him and one of his friends who I had never met before. And while we were filming the video, he was operating the camera and he pushed his that was into my back, and his friend witnessed it. And I said, "What was that?" And he said, "Oops, sorry, it was just my knee." And I knew that it wasn't his knee because his knees and his legs were beside me, so I knew that that was not his knee. But I didn't know what to do, and I didn't know is that sexual assault? Turns out it is, by the way. Googled it, and his friend actually messaged me on Facebook and said that he saw what happened and he could tell how uncomfortable I was, and he knew that I didn't want that to happen. But after I got into a relationship, this guy continued to say these things and to act this way towards me, and my boyfriend didn't do anything to stop it. And I had to go into class every day and see that guy, and he would stare at me, and he would sit next to me and touch me with his hand, and I would move away, and he would like rub my leg and I would move further away, and he would keep moving closer to continue touching me, and he would not leave me alone. And every time I tried to let him down gently, it didn't work, and anytime I snapped and turned angry, he would then kind of react angrier, and he was scary when he was in that mood. So I just didn't know what to do, and I hoped that my boyfriend would have done something, but he didn't. One day I was taking a bus and I bumped into someone from my old college class, and he said to me, "I'm really sorry to hear what your boyfriend did to you." And I said, What do you mean? And he said, "Well, you know, that he raped you." And I said, "Where did you hear that from?" And he said he heard it from the guy in our college class that I almost dated. And I don't know how he came up with that idea. I mean, I had spoken to a couple of our college class friends about what had happened to me to see whether they suggested I could do anything differently, and they all had said, "That doesn't sound right to me, that sounds like abuse, are you okay?" And I was like, no, it's fine. But I didn't realise that it had suddenly spread around the classroom and everyone actually knew and believed that that had happened to me. My boyfriend had a couple of jobs. He worked in a pub, and eventually I got him a job for a factory that my aunt owns. I asked her to hire him. So he'd had a couple of different jobs while we were together. But while he was working at the pub, he told me that women would come into the pub and he found them really attractive, and that he would go home and think about them and touch himself thinking about them. But I couldn't be mad at him because at least he told me the truth, and would I rather he have lied? And you know, that stupid conversation. And then when he started working at the factory for my aunt, he said, "There's a new girl at work and I'm pretty sure she likes me." And then I looked her up on Facebook and she's a lesbian, so no, she doesn't like you. He started to believe that any girl that ever interacted with him at some point liked him. And I didn't really know what to say, because if I ever said no, he would then say, "So you think that I'm not good enough to get girls? So you think that they find me unattractive? I knew it. I know I'm so ugly, and I'm really ugly, and I'm disgusting, and I shouldn't be with anybody, and I need to die." Until I'd be like, "Well, no, you know what? Yeah, actually, they probably do fancy you. I mean, you're a very good-looking guy, and I'm sure they do fancy you. And I mean, who wouldn't fancy you? So yeah, I mean, they probably do." To stop him from spiraling, I would say whatever he needed me to say and whatever he needed to hear, so that he wouldn't go off on one. And one day he said to me, "Do you think that your best friend likes me?" And I said, "Of course she likes you. You're my boyfriend. We all hang out together. We would go to the beach together. We would go out to restaurants together. We spent a lot of time together." And he said, "No. Do you think she likes me?" And I said, "No." At this point, she was actually in a relationship with his friend that she met at the house party. So no, she doesn't like you. She's dating your friend. So no. And then he went off into this, "Oh, well, so I'm ugly, so I'm not good enough. Like, you can like people and still be in a relationship. I find other people attractive. It's okay to admit when people are attractive when you're in a relationship." Until I was like, "Yeah, you know what? Okay, fine. Yeah, she probably thinks you're attractive, whatever." And there was a girl from my old acting classes that he met once when she acted in one of my projects that he was helping me film. And I don't know if they ever even had a conversation, but because she knew him through me, she followed him on Instagram and she would like his pictures. So he would then say, "This girl is liking all of my pictures. She must like me." And I would go, "Yep, of course she does. She must. because everybody does, and I didn't really think too hard about it. Sometimes when he would go to work, he would have to wake up really, really early in the morning to get there, and so I would get up early and I would make his breakfast and I would pack him a lunch to bring to work, and I would arrange taxis to pick him up if he had a late finish in the middle of the night. I just wanted to be easy to love, and I wanted to do everything that he expected me to do, and I wanted to prove that I'm a good partner. It made his life a lot easier. He didn't really care. The only thing he wanted me to do for him was to act in his films and to sleep with him. And he would film everything. Anytime we wanted to go anywhere, he would say, let's go for a nice walk, let's go here, let's go do that. And I would think, oh, romantic, finally, we're doing a nice romantic date. And then he would film everything and say, actually, can you go back and walk that path again? Can you say that you love me? Well, I do love you. No, can you say it more believably? But I do love you. I actually do love you. No, I don't believe you though. Say it to the camera. I love you. No, say it like you mean it. I do mean it. One day my cat died and he said, can I film you crying because it would be more realistic for my movies? And of course I said no. What is wrong with you? Anytime that I said, why don't we take a break from filming? Why don't we have a rest? Why don't you have a day off? You're constantly filming, and then you would stay up all night editing, and I can't sleep because you're laying next to me typing on your keyboard until 3 a.m. really loudly, so please have a day off. Even just have weekends off. Just have one day a week off. And he would then say, you're trying to control me, you're trying to stop me from reaching my dream. I didn't want to be this controlling person, so I just tried to go along with it and do whatever he wanted me to do. And I wasn't usually a jealous person, like I'd never been jealous, but the fact that he was talking about girls all the time really eventually wore me down. So one day he went to a new hair salon and the woman said, do you want a head massage? Which is totally fair. And he said, yeah, okay. And then he came home and told me about how it really turned him on. So at that point, I was like, I don't want you to go back to that hair salon again. If this girl is massaging your head and it's turning you on, that is bothering me. And then he would tell people she's trying to control where I can and can't go. Another thing he would do was ask me for advice on how he should structure a message to his friends. I really want to say this thing to my friend, but I don't know how to word it in a way that sounds right. Can you give me some advice? So I'd say, why don't you say blah, blah, blah in this order? So he would then send that message. But then he would say to people, she's controlling my messages, she's telling me what I can and can't say to people. Another thing was, towards the end of college, all of our friends were going off to university, and he said to me, I don't think I want to go to university, like, I don't think I can learn anything new, and I think it would be a waste of money and a waste of time, because if I'm studying, then I can't be making movies, and it's just not what I want to do. And I wasn't going to university anyway. And I said, you're really good. You could actually probably teach the class a thing or two. You're the best person in that class, and I'm sure everybody in the class would have agreed at that point. Sometimes you're better than the teachers are. So if you don't want to go to university, don't go to university. And he said, you're right. Don't let me forget that. Do not let me forget that. Anytime I start to have doubts in my mind, remind me of that. And I said, okay, fine. So then anytime he said to me, look, I'm starting to wonder if I should go to university, I would say, well, remember we had that conversation, you're really good, you're better than the teachers, you think it's a waste of time and money, and if you're at uni, you can't make your films. And he would say, oh, yeah, no, you're right, you're absolutely right. But then he would be telling his family and friends, I'm not going to university because Rebecca keeps talking me out of it. And I can't prove that I didn't do those things, because I did. I did say all of these things to him because he asked me to. But I can't prove that he asked me to. So it just made me look bad all the time. He was constantly telling me negative things about other men so that I wouldn't talk to them. This guy got an underage girl pregnant, so don't be alone with him. This guy tries to encourage kids to do drugs, so when you see him, he's probably on drugs, so don't trust anything he says to you. This guy is feeding information about you back to your stalker, and he knows that he's dangerous, but he wants to put you in danger. This guy tried to convince me to cheat on you because he's cheating on his girlfriend. This guy told me that he can't get over the fact that you chose me over him, and now he's jealous and trying to break us up. Things like that, so that I would then be like, well, I don't want to associate with these men. But he continued to associate with them anyway. So whenever he said, oh, I'm going to the cinema with this guy, or I'm going to go for a trip with this guy, I would say, I don't think that's a good idea. Isn't this guy trying to break us up? Like, why are you hanging out with them? Because I'm not supposed to be talking to them, but it's okay for you. Like, why are you still friends with them? He then started to make me feel bad about the fact that I don't travel. He would say things like, I can't be with someone that doesn't travel. Other than filmmaking, his other passion was traveling, and he wanted to see the world. And I wanted that for him. I always said to him, go see the world, experience everything and take a lot of pictures and come home and show them to me. I can't wait to see what you got up to. Tell me all about it and go and have fun. He was always doing really fun things like climbing a mountain and deep sea diving and going to the rainforest and paddleboarding down rivers, and he was always doing something crazy. And I wished I could have done it too, but I couldn't, and he didn't like that. Despite all the problems and everything he'd done in the past, I still loved him. The most amount that any person could love another person. One day he asked if he could film us having sex, and I said no. And he said, well, one time I lost control and I accidentally filmed me and my ex. So I can't guarantee that the same thing won't happen. If you don't choose to let me do it, I might do it anyway. And I said, you did what to your ex? You did what? And I was so mad, and I was defending her, and I was like, how dare you? How dare you do that to her? And he said, it's fine, I showed her the video and she asked me to delete it and I did, and it was fine. But he said that he was bored of whatever we were doing and he needed to spice it up a little bit to keep him interested. And I wanted to keep him interested, so I said, fine, you can film it. And he would store those videos on his iPad in an app that is disguised to look like a calculator, or it looks like another app. But when you open it, it's actually like a safe. And if you put a code in, then you can see all these videos and pictures that you've saved and nobody knows that it's there. And I don't know if he still has those videos. I don't know if he ever deleted them. We started to argue all the time about everything and anything. It's like he would just start arguments and try and push me to the point where I would snap at him so he could then say, my girlfriend is yelling at me, look, she's yelling at me, I haven't done anything. I think he would say things specifically to try and push me to see how far he could go. And I would say, look, I can't be with someone that I'm arguing with all the time. This is not healthy for either of us and I'm not happy doing this. And he would then respond with, well, I'm only arguing with you because I love you. This is what happens when you love someone. I wouldn't argue with you if I didn't care so strongly and so deeply about you. If I didn't care about you, I wouldn't care what you do or what you say. But because I care, that's why I'm arguing with you, because I feel so passionately and so strongly about you that I'm losing control of my emotions. So I started to believe that arguing wasn't really that bad, that arguments were normal and to be expected, and probably, in the end, a good thing. I didn't think that the fact that we were arguing every single day was the worst thing in the world. He would start talking about our friends negatively to me in private. He would say, well, I don't like this person and I hate this person and I want them to die and they're an asshole. And he would just go on, and I was always defending people. But he would flip out and get enraged about the smallest things that his friends were doing. One time, somebody spelt his name without a capital letter at the start, and he found that disrespectful and flipped out. But he would never flip out to their face. It was always to me. I want them to die. They don't respect me. I hate them. They've done this and this and this, and they don't deserve my friendship. And I would be like, they just didn't spell your name with a capital letter, that's all. Calm down, it's not a big deal. And one day he ended up causing an argument, and we were in a group chat with his friends, and he said something that really hurt my feelings, so I left the group chat because I just didn't want to talk to him anymore. And his friends started to realise that something was wrong. They were like, have you guys fallen out? Why has she left? Why isn't she talking to you? So he came to me and apologised, and he was like, please come back, people are getting suspicious, they're going to start blaming me, you have to come back and you have to pretend that everything is fine. So I came back into the group and I said, sorry boys, I'm on my period. You know how it is for us girls, menstruation, am I right? And they just believed it because they were boys. But I was always having to embarrass myself to cover up whatever he had done wrong. It's like he was walking around with a flamethrower, starting fires everywhere, and I was running along behind him with an extinguisher, putting them all out while getting burned myself. I felt like I was the only person holding his life together. Like, I had to hold everything in. And if I let go, everything would fall apart and all the effort I've put into holding it together would be a waste. So I felt like I had to keep him together because no one else was doing it and nobody else recognised or really realised what was going on because I was so good at hiding everything. But I shouldn't have really put that pressure on myself. I shouldn't have made it my job to do that, and that's my own fault, really. I'd always put him before me. He would always take priority over me, because if ever I tried to put myself first or I asked him to do something for me, he wouldn't want to do it, and he would say that I'm being selfish. And I didn't want to be selfish, but it was okay when he was being selfish. At least when he was being horrible to me, I could hide it from everybody else. But I knew that if he started spilling out and being horrible to everybody else, I couldn't defend him and I couldn't make excuses for why I was still with him. And I would then be painted in a bad light for associating with him and allowing this to happen. So I couldn't let him embarrass himself because it looked bad on me as well. I wanted to prove to everybody that we were happy and normal and fine. So I was always taking pictures of us doing nice things together. And today we're at this restaurant and today we're in this park. And I just wanted to show people that we were happy and okay, because my life has always been quite public on the internet, especially on Instagram. So I was always posting to my thousands of followers, everything is good all the time and everything is fine, but it wasn't fine. It was not fine. When we slept together, he didn't want me to move. He wanted me to lay still like a dead body and just be limp, other than speaking to him. He really, really wanted me to say things, and I would have to say whatever he wanted to hear, because I realised that if I said whatever he wanted to hear, then it would be over with quicker. So for example, if he said, I want you to pretend that you want to get pregnant, then I would say, yes, please impregnate me, even though I didn't want to get pregnant, and he knew that because I was on the pill. But I would say whatever he wanted to hear so that it would be over with quickly, because it would always hurt. And I suggested, lubricant, why don't we use that? And he would say, no, and he basically forbid me from using anything that would help it make it less painful for me. There were times where I would refuse and say no, and he would just do it anyway. He would just do it while I cried. There was multiple times I laid there looking at the ceiling, tears rolling down my face, and he just went and did it anyway, because he couldn't control himself and he had to, and if he didn't do it he would be in pain, so I had to be in pain to stop him from being in pain, and he couldn't stop once he'd started. I wasn't allowed to say yes and then say no later. So I started to make bets with him. I would say, look, I bet you can't do it in less than 5 minutes. I bet you can't. And he would go, yes I can, and then he would do it, and I would be like, thank God it was over quickly, it's done. And if ever I did actually put my foot down and fight him off physically and say no, I'm on my period, for example, he would then not talk to me for the rest of the day. He would be so mad that he didn't want to talk to me, wouldn't look at me, didn't want anything to do with me. He would hit me, slap me, whatever he wanted to do physically to hurt me without asking if that's what I wanted. So I just assumed that that's just normal, that everybody who has sex is being slapped around and hit and thrown around and physically hurt. So then I would just play along and say, yes, please do those things to me, because it would get it over with quickly. Sexual stuff for me is really institutional. When you feel it, you feel it. It's like a trigger. And when I don't feel it, I have to feel it for you. Well, some things you do just make me want to do it. When I turned 18, I had a really bad mental breakdown because of the stalker situation. I was really scared that I was going to see him outside places, on the bus and things, so I stopped leaving my house when I turned 18. And I think I was stuck in the house for almost a year because I was so scared of everything. And I had to go to therapy, and my doctor put me onto medication to slow down my heart rate because I was having panic attacks all the time. During this time, while I was stuck at home, he decided to go filming with one of our old college classmates, and he took him to a place called The Moors, which is kind of like just vast, expansive lands, and it's just fields and grass and mountains and hills and holes in the ground that people can fall into, and there's no roads around for miles, and no houses and no electricity and no phone connection. It's just the middle of nowhere. And they would go out there quite often to film his projects. And one day they went out there without checking the weather, and a blizzard, a big snowstorm blew in, and they got lost. And his dad called me and said, I'm here to pick them up, and they are not here, and it has been hours, and I'm gonna have to call the police because they're missing. So I completely broke down and I was crying, and his dad was trying to calm me down on the phone. How can he be missing in a blizzard? In England? Who the fuck gets missing in a snowstorm in England? Like, for real. So I was really upset, and the police ended up calling me and saying, what was he last wearing? When was the last time you saw him? Where is he likely to be? And I didn't know what to say to these people. But they couldn't go out with helicopters and dogs because it was snowing so bad. And for hours and hours until the night time, him and his friend were missing people. They were registered as missing people by the police, and I was absolutely upset and devastated, and I was just a mess, and like my family were trying to help me calm down, and nobody could say anything that would help. After so many hours of waiting for the storm to pass and thinking that they're dead because they weren't dressed for the weather and they had a load of filming equipment with them and they were in an area that they wouldn't be able to navigate blind, they did actually show up eventually. He said that when he reached out his hand, he couldn't see his fingers because of how bad the snow was. Like, it was so thick and heavy that they couldn't see anything around them, and it's just a miracle that they didn't fall down a hole somewhere. He then said he thought that he was going to die and that he cried and that he was sure that he wasn't going to come back. And all he could think about was me and how he had to get back for me and how he really wanted to marry me, and that if he had died, his biggest regret would have been never being good enough for me and never getting to marry me and spending his life with me. So he wanted to get married. He actually encouraged me to start my own YouTube channel, which is what I'm using today, because he wanted us to be like a YouTube couple, because he was a YouTuber and he wanted me to be a YouTuber so we could be the next big YouTube couple thing. And I mean, I was an actress, not a YouTuber, which two very different things. So I did it anyway. I thought, yeah, why not? I've got nothing to lose. I'm at home all the time and I might as well. I just didn't know what to make videos about. So I was doing fashion videos and vlogs, and I was doing videos with my best friend where we would try on different outfits, and I was reviewing things, and I was just doing a little bit of everything, and nothing really seemed to take off or do very well. So I didn't really take it too seriously, but I didn't have the equipment to do it myself. So he said that he would film and edit and upload things for me, and I thought that was a really nice, selfless thing to do. I thought he was doing that because he wanted to help me succeed and that we could succeed together. So I was quite grateful for him to do that for me. He was working at my aunt's factory for a while when one day he just walked out, and he hadn't gone in and told anybody that he was quitting. He just walked out in the middle of the day. I couldn't find him for hours. I couldn't call him. He wouldn't answer the phone. I didn't know what was going on. Until later that night when he called me back. And he said he was walking around the street in his pajamas with a dressing gown on, barefoot in the cold, and that he was going to kill himself. He said he was going to throw himself off of the train track bridge, which is behind his house, or throw himself in front of a car. And I could hear on the phone cars driving behind him, so I knew that he was outside, and I could hear in his voice that he was cold, and I was begging him to go home because I was scared. And eventually, after a long time of trying to convince him to go home and him yelling and screaming and saying, I'm gonna do it, there was a loud screeching sound as if a car or a train was trying to screech to a halt, and then a bang, and then the phone went dead. And I thought, he's been hit, he's done it. And this was the middle of the night. So I woke up screaming and I ran into my parents' bedroom and I woke them up and I was like, we have to go, he's been hit, he's dead. And I kept trying to call him and the phone kept saying, this phone has no signal, or this person cannot come to the phone, or whatever. And I couldn't get through, and I knew that he was dead. Until a couple of minutes later, he called me back and he said, why did you hang up on me? And I said, I didn't hang up on you. There was a screech and the bang. And he said, what screeching? I didn't hear anything. What noise are you talking about? And I was like, there was a screech and a bang, and you said you were going to do it, and then the sound of you doing it, and where are you? And he was like, I'm at home in bed. I was so mad and relieved, but confused and angry, and I never heard that sound again. I mean, I'd never heard that sound before, and I haven't heard it since then. So I'm not sure if he made that sound to scare me, because it worked if he did. I said to him, look, you need help. Seriously, you need help. You need real, actual help right now. Because I can't do this again. Like, this is not normal. And I don't care if your mum won't let you. I will help you. We'll go and find who your doctor is. You can come to my doctor and ask them for help. You don't have to tell your mum. We will get you help, I promise. Like, I wanted to leave, but I didn't want him to die. So my plan was get him help and then I can leave, because then it's not my job to help him anymore. Someone else is doing it and I can relieve myself from this position. And again, it was, no, my mum won't let me. And I was like, I don't care what your mum says, to be honest with you. I don't care. You need help right now because you are not okay. But he insisted that he talk to his mum about it, and I said, you'd better tell her the truth. You'd better be completely honest. You better not hide any of this stuff from her. You better tell her just how bad you've gotten. He must have done, because she eventually changed her mind and said, fine, okay, you can have therapy. But he said that she said that he could only have a therapist if she chose the therapist for him. They had to be independent. He wasn't allowed to go to his doctor and ask for one. She had to pick it, and she had to meet the therapist, and she had to know what they were talking about. So instead of picking a counsellor or a therapist, she chose a hypnotist who would put him to sleep and then say nice things to him. You're not a bad person. you're okay, everything's gonna be fine, you're gonna get through this, you are strong. Like, he didn't need someone to say nice things to him while he was asleep. He needed medication and actual intervention and therapy. So I couldn't be mad at him for trying, but I knew it wasn't enough. And I wouldn't usually, discuss other people's mental health because, I have mental illnesses and it's not my place to discuss other people's medical records, but I think it's really important that you know that the hypnotist told him that he just had OCD, and that's it. He had a very specific type of OCD where you have intrusive thoughts that make you think about hurting vulnerable people or think that you're a bad person and you're a criminal and that you've done these bad things when you actually haven't. And she said actually he is less likely than anybody to do these bad things that he keeps thinking about because he's so scared of becoming that bad person by these intrusive thoughts that he will probably never act on them. So I just believed he had really bad OCD and that he would get better and that it would be manageable and that he could find a way to work through these bad thoughts. But he was still so paranoid. He would just make up these conspiracies in his head and think that people were out to get him when they weren't. Again, I don't usually discuss other people's medical conditions, but a very close family member of mine has schizophrenia. And he also started out this way. And I recognised the signs, the paranoia, the thinking people are out to get him, the thinking that there's a conspiracy and people are ganging up on him. And I said to him, look, you need to get this paranoia sorted because if you don't, it will only get worse and eventually it might turn into schizophrenia. And I'm not a medical professional or a mental health specialist. What do I know? But I've seen it happen before, how if you keep putting it off, eventually you're going to have a big breakdown and you're going to start believing things and seeing things that aren't there. And he didn't believe me. He was like, I'm not that bad, it's just OCD, it's not going to come to that. And there was nothing I could do for him at that. Like, there was never anything I could do for him. And I couldn't blame him for being mentally ill. I couldn't be mad at him for having OCD. It's not his fault. Like, it's not my fault that I have anxiety and depression and panic attacks. I couldn't be mad at him for that. I thought he had no control over what he was doing. I thought, he's not well and it's out of his control. But as soon as somebody would come home or as soon as there was a witness or somebody could hear, he would snap straight back out of it and act normal again. So he would yell and scream at me and argue with me, and as soon as my parents walk in the door, he would go back to being normal and could act like nothing had happened. One day, it got so bad, he held a mobile phone against my throat, and he didn't push on my throat to stop me from breathing, but it was kind of like a threat of he would if I didn't stop arguing with him or if I didn't do what he told me to do or whatever. And it was a threat of, I will make you stop breathing by holding this object to your throat. And then someone came home and he snapped straight out of it and acted normal. So that made me believe that he was actually in control because he knew what he was doing was wrong and he knew that if anyone else heard him, he would get in trouble. So he was able to turn it off when it suited him. So I wasn't 100% sure at that point whether he was losing control and couldn't help it and it wasn't his fault, or whether he was in control and could turn it off whenever he wanted to. Sometimes when he was in a meltdown, he would hit himself repeatedly in the head. He would scream and stamp his feet, and he would get this way whenever things didn't go his way, whenever plans changed. The slightest little inconvenience could set him off. And I found out as an adult that I have autism. But before I knew that, I did actually mention to him maybe a couple of times, maybe you have autism. You're quite obsessive over things and you can't really understand other people's point of views and you get really overly reactive when things don't work out how you planned it to go in your mind, and you don't seem to have control over yourself sometimes, and you can be a little bit unaffected by other people's problems. And I know that that's not all autistic people, but at that point when I was a teenager and didn't know much about autism and didn't know that I was actually autistic myself, I thought maybe he has autism or maybe it could be ADHD. It could be either. And I didn't mean that in a offensive way or as an insult. It was more of a, maybe you have this and that would explain why you react the way that you do. But he took that as, I'm not autistic, why would I be autistic? If I was autistic, my mum would know, I would know, I'm not autistic, maybe you're autistic, maybe you're autistic. And I would be like, maybe I am. But it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to be autistic. It's just I'm trying to understand why you do what you do and figure out ways that we can maybe manage it. Because of the stalker situation, I did report to my teachers what was going on, and they said to me, you should leave. He can stay. We don't really want to deal with the paperwork. So we'll put you in a different class so he can stay and we'll keep an eye on him, I guess. But you need to go. If you're uncomfortable, then leave. And my stalker began going to my other classmates and telling them bad things about me, saying I'm crazy and whatever I said about him was a lie, and trying to turn us on each other. So, for example, he would come to me and say, this girl says you're a bitch. And I would say, well, then she's a bitch. Why would she say that? And then he would go to her and be like, Rebecca just said that you're a bitch. So like that kind of stuff, whenever I tried to tell them what he was doing, they would say things like, oh, that's just normal for him. I'm going to call him Dom. That's just normal for Dom, and Dom just does that to women. That's just how he is. It shouldn't be. That shouldn't be how he is. That shouldn't be his normal. Do something. The more that you keep hanging out with him and excusing his behaviour, the more he's going to keep doing it to other women. Like, do something. So I didn't want to be around these people in my class. I was quite happy to be moved somewhere else. So they put me into another class. It was the exact same subject, just a whole different group of people. And in that group, I met a guy that was also a YouTuber. I'm going to call this guy Owen. One day, he got very drunk and sent me a message to say that he had feelings for me. Okay, I have a boyfriend, but I didn't really think too hard about it, because the people that were with him, watching him get drunk and make this decision, started messaging me and said, please ignore everything he says, he's just really drunk and he doesn't mean it, and just ignore whatever he tells you while he's drunk. So I just didn't really take it very seriously at that point. But one day I had to go back into my old classroom where my boyfriend was and where my stalker was and where all my other classmates were, and I had to go in there for one day. And while I was there, the teacher, who taught both different classes and knew the YouTubers class that I was in and knew my old class that everyone else was in, came up to me while I was sitting with my boyfriend, and she said, oh, you and Owen. Why would she do that? Why? I still don't understand why she did that, because my boyfriend, who was sitting next to me, was then obviously, understandably, like, who is Owen and why does she think that you're in love with each other? Like, what is happening? And I had to be like, nothing is going on. I don't know what she's talking about. He's just some guy from my class. I didn't think to mention it. He's just a guy that I know. It's not a big deal. I don't understand why she did that. And then from that point on, my boyfriend was like, so you're cheating on me with Owen. And then it was, you're cheating on me with the other boys in the class. And then it was, you're cheating on me with my friends. And he constantly accused me of cheating. I'm not cheating on you. I don't want to sleep with anybody. So it's not happening. Nothing is going on. But he would not believe me. And he never said to me, I forbid you from talking to boys. I forbid you from having male friends. I will not allow it. He never said that. But he would constantly, anytime I had a male friend, accuse me of cheating and say, well, I feel uncomfortable and I don't trust you. So eventually I just cut off all the men in my life, and I didn't have any male friends. I didn't talk to boys because I was just so worried of being accused of something I haven't done. So I just stopped talking to them all. I only made that choice to keep him happy, not because that's what I wanted. One day my family went on holiday and I stayed at home, and my boyfriend stayed with me for the week. And he decided to be romantic and run us a bath so we could have a bath together, and I thought that was quite sweet. So we got into the bath and we were in there for 10, 20 minutes. When he then said, I need to confess something. I peed in the bath. And I was so disgusted and I felt sick, and I jumped out of the bath and I started yelling at him. Understandably, I think. You can understand why I would be pissed about this. So I was yelling at him, and he then got out of the bath, walked out onto my landing area outside the bathroom where we have a wooden staircase, and on the corners of the staircase we have these wooden points. And he then began hitting his head onto this point again and again and again until his head was cut and bleeding, and until he was dizzy and had to sit down because he was so like concussed almost. And I didn't know what to do. Like, if someone had walked in and seen the blood everywhere, nobody is going to believe me if I tell them he did this to himself, because why would he do that to himself? And I had to calm him down, and I brought him into my bedroom and I left him here while I went and had a shower to clean myself off because I felt disgusting. When I got out of the shower and came back into my bedroom, he was sitting on my windowsill with his legs out of the window, with the window wide open, saying he was going to jump out and kill himself. And I had to talk him back down. I don't remember what I said or how I said it, but somehow I managed to get him back inside. During that time that I was really mentally unwell and couldn't leave the house for a year, I was suicidal. I really actually wanted to die a couple of times, and when I was 13 in high school, I actually did attempt to kill myself, and obviously it failed. But I believed him when he said he wanted to die, because I also had wanted to die before. And because he knew that, he had said to me in the past that he felt like he was stuck with me, because if he left me, I would kill myself. And I'm pretty sure he was telling people that, like, whenever they found out we'd had an argument, they would say, just leave, and he would say, I can't, because she's manipulating me into believing that if I leave, she will kill herself. When he was doing that to me, there was maybe 2 or 3 times when I said to him, over a 4-year period, I'm really depressed and I want to kill myself, and to be honest, I don't have much going on for me outside of this relationship, so if we weren't together, I might kill myself, because what else am I doing with my life, really? Like, I can't really see a future without this, and I can't see a future anyway, so I might as well just die. But he then was telling people that I was trapping him, but he had threatened to kill himself a lot more times when we were together. I think sometimes he would actually test how far he could push me. Like, he would say the most outlandish, outrageous things to piss me off. He would just, at random times in the day, drop random pieces of information on me, I think in an attempt to kind of clear his conscience, so he could say, well, at least I told you the truth, and at least it's not on my mind anymore, and now someone else knows. But it was horrible, horrible things that he would say to me. Like, I killed my hamster when I was a child. I used to pull the wings off butterflies. In high school, I dragged a girl into a cupboard and groped her. And he would always bring up that he wanted to have a threesome with other women. He was always talking about, well, I want to sleep with other women, but I want to do that with you as well. And this, what I'm going to say now, is something that I have never ever talked. I don't tell people this. This isn't something I talk about. Even, I think I've only told one of my 7 therapists this information. I don't talk about it because it's still too hard for me to talk about it. But when I was a child, a family member who is female touched me, and things that I don't want to go into it. But I told him that because when he was always going on about, well, you don't know, how do you know that you don't like women if you've never been with a woman? And I think this is probably added to the reason of why I was scared of sex from a young age, because I associated it with what this person had done to me. And so I just told him, look, I don't want to be near another naked woman, to be honest with you. And his response to that was, oh, kids do that. I mean, I did that to my family member. When I was a kid, I touched my family member inappropriately when they didn't want me to. And I don't know if that's true, and it's not my place to expose who that person is. But if it is true and they're watching this video, I want them to know that I believe them, and I have messages between me and him where he sort of confesses to that. So if they need those messages for whatever reason, then I have them for you. But I'm not going to go into further detail of what that is for that person's own sake. Obviously, I would always react angrily and disgusted and yell at him and argue with him and say I'm going to leave, but it was always a cycle. It was always he would push me until I broke, and then I would have to apologise for lashing out, because if I didn't, he would threaten to kill himself. And it was again and again, and it was just so regular, I just got used to it at this point. Sometimes I didn't know which side of him I was going to get, because he would do this thing where he would mirror other people's personalities depending on who he was hanging out with. So if his friend was into hiking, he would suddenly be really into hiking when he hadn't been before. Or if his friend was into podcasts, he was suddenly really into podcasts and acted as if he always had been when he'd never talked about them before. Whoever he hung out with, he would kind of copy whatever they were doing and saying and become a copy of them, as if he didn't know who he really was or what his real true interests were. So I never knew which side of him I was going to get, or what new interest he was going to pick up based on the people he was hanging out with. I'm not sure who the real him is. I don't know if he is either, but I'm pretty sure that the version of him that I saw in his worst moments, when he was completely unfiltered and let his guard down and was reacting in the way that came natural to him, I feel like that has to have been the real him, because he was letting it slip out and he'd been trying so hard to pretend to be somebody else, but in those moments he was his true self and saying the things he actually wanted to say and the things that were coming into his head, and I feel like that has to be the real him. Eventually he got his first car, and I was absolutely terrified of being in his car. He was a very bad driver. While we were together, he drove into things a couple of times. When I was in his car, he crashed into another car in a car park. He once crashed into a van, he almost crashed into a pole. He was just a really bad driver, and I really did not feel safe being in his car, and especially when he was driving, his anger would get worse. So I would try to avoid being in his car whenever I could. If he said, let's go for a long drive, I would say, can we get a bus or a train instead? Like, I don't want to be in your car. But one day we were driving and he took the wrong turn off of a roundabout. He was supposed to go straight across the roundabout, but he took the first left and ended up on the motorway. And I don't think he'd ever driven on the motorway before at that point. So he was terrified and I was terrified, and we couldn't turn around because we're on the slip road going really fast onto a motorway where everyone else is driving fast and there's lorries everywhere and it's scary. So I started to panic. I was having a panic attack. And I said, you should have kept going. You took the wrong turning. And he flipped and he said, I want to kill you. I want you to die. I'm going to crash this car and I'm going to make it look like an accident and I'm going to kill us both and no one will know that I did this on purpose. So I'm panicking because he's then got into the fast lane and he's driving really, really fast. And there are cars around us and he's saying that he's going to crash the car and make it look like an accident. So I text my best friend and I said to her, if we crash, this was not an accident. This was on purpose. And she said, do you want me to call the police? Where are you? And I said, no, don't call the police. It will just make things worse. If the police pull up behind us, he's going to speed up even more. And I don't want there to be a chase. Like, I just want to get him off the motorway and get out of the car. So I managed to calm him down and talk him down and get him off of the motorway. And then my friend realised that I was in danger. And I had shattered the illusion of this perfect relationship for the first time to anybody. So then I had to convince her, look, I'm fine, it was just a one-off thing, and it's probably my fault somehow, and like, I had to convince her that he is okay and not to be worried about me, which was difficult after that. But I never actually believed that he would kill me until that point. Like, in that moment, I genuinely thought I was going to die. Now I was genuinely really scared for my life. I was mad, Rebecca. I've been worse than that. I'm mad. I'm sorry, that was lame. You mean when you threatened to crash the car and kill me, or when you held your phone to my throat? That's something you can leave me over. I didn't mean to do those things. I was just mad and lost all hope and sanity. No amount of mad should make you threaten someone. So now I'm looking for a good reason to leave. I'm like, I have to get out of here because I'm going to die. But I wanted something big to happen. I couldn't just leave over one small argument, because we had small arguments all the time and I stayed with him, and we'd had big arguments and I'd stayed with him. So I knew that something big had to happen for me to leave. So I waited, and eventually, pretty quickly after that, the opportunity presented itself, because I walked in on him being on the phone with somebody, giving his bank details, and he told me that he had just spent £2,000 on lorry driving lessons. And I said, you have never once wanted to be a lorry driver. You only have £2,000 in your bank account. Well, had, now you don't. What are you doing? And he was like, well, I just woke up this morning and decided I wanted to be a lorry driver. And I said, look, I can't be with someone so financially irresponsible. What if we lived together and you just spent money like that? Like, how are we going to afford bills? Like, I don't want to be with you anymore. I want you to get out of my house. Leave. So I went to open the door, but I couldn't find the key. So while I was looking for the key, he came up behind me, and I was wearing a hoodie, and he grabbed the hood that I was wearing and pulled it really tight on my throat, and I couldn't breathe. And he only held me there for maybe just under a minute, but I could not breathe, and I was kicking and trying to get him to let go, and he wouldn't let go. Until he did. But then he went into the kitchen, and I thought, he's going to get a knife, and he's going to stab me to death. And I couldn't find my key to get out of the house. So I decided I need to film this. I need evidence because I'm going to die. So I decided to record it live as it was happening and send it to my best friend, because I just thought, I'm going to die and there's nothing I can do about it. All I can do is make sure that he's found guilty. So he came back into the hallway without a knife, and I'm going to put the video here, but trigger warning, it's quite upsetting.
You choked me!
Because I'm done. You guys just make I don't want to do this.
Screamed at me and then you choked me!
Do it!
After that, I managed to calm him down, and I walked into the living room, and we had a conversation of where he said to me, you leaving me was the worst thing that's ever happened to me, worse than my parents' divorce, worse than my granddad dying, and I've got that on video too.
How can
No, Becca, calm down. It's all
How
right.
can I be with you? Give me a good reason.
Because I'm not going to do this again, I'm sorry.
That doesn't mean anything, but I don't want this to keep happening.
It won't, then. You gotta trust me, though. Becky, come here, I'm sorry.
Stop it! Don't
Have you
come
come
near
here? I'm
me.
trying to come
Do
through.
not come near me.
That is, honestly, Becca, that's the worst thing that's happened since Mum and Dad split up. That's how massively...
What about when Beth left you?
Worse than that? That is the worst thing that's ever happened
What
to
about
me.
when your granddad died?
Worse than that?
It's not worse than that.
How do you know? You're not me.
So after that point, I realised I am stuck. I can't leave. If I leave or try to leave, he is going to attempt to kill me. He's going to hurt me again. I'm stuck here and I cannot get out and I don't know what to do. And at that point, I wasn't in love with him anymore. I loved him and I wanted him to get better and I really wanted the best for him, but I couldn't be with him. I knew that. I knew that if we were together and we stayed together, I would die. I told him that I'd call the police and he told me to do it, but I never did. I didn't call the police because I didn't want to make my situation worse and I didn't feel like I could go through a whole case against him and I didn't think anything could be done. I just didn't think that what happened to me was bad enough for me to warrant the police, because other people have it much worse than I did. I didn't want to act in his films anymore. I didn't want to act at all, to be honest. The way that he made his films and made me act all the time, every day, really put me off and ruined my dream of acting, and I quit. I quit my acting classes and I quit acting for him, and I said, I'm not doing it anymore. I don't care if it upsets you or you don't want to see me anymore. I don't care. I'm not acting for you anymore. I'm not acting at all. I quit. I'm done. You ruined this for me and you ruined my dream job and I don't know what I'm going to do with my life anymore. He'd asked me in the past if I would introduce my acting class friends to him because he wanted more professional actors in his movies and they agreed to act in his films on my behalf because we're friends and they wanted to help me, and by helping me they were helping him. So they were acting in his movies and I knew that these people had now become his friends. They were now like mutual friends of both of us. They weren't just my friends anymore. But I realised that I didn't have any friends that didn't really know him. I didn't have anybody outside of the relationship that I could go to ask for help or to support me or to get my mind off it and talk about something else. Because anytime I'm hanging out with someone, it's, so how's your boyfriend? Oh, I saw the thing that your boyfriend did. So how are things? And I just wanted to talk to somebody else. So I contacted Owen from college. And we hadn't spoken for like 3 years. But I just thought, like, he's another YouTuber and I'm currently doing YouTube, so we can bond over that and talk about that, and I just needed someone that didn't really know my ex properly. And I didn't care anymore if me having male friends pissed off my ex or if he was going to accuse me of cheating. I just didn't care anymore because I didn't love him anymore. I wouldn't have cared at this point if he had got lost in another blizzard, to be honest. So I met up with Owen, and we'd never really spent any time alone together before, but we just got coffee and had a chat, and it was really nice to have somebody else to talk to. So when my 21st birthday came around, my family threw me a birthday party in my garden, and my boyfriend came with his family and my friends came and my family came and Owen came. And Owen has cats and I have cats, so I said, why don't you come inside and I'll show you my cats. So I took him inside to the house, and he'd never been in my house before, but I took him in and was like, so this is Libby, this is Milo, and I realised that somebody had followed us into the house. I felt like we were being watched, and everybody was outside in the garden, so I couldn't understand why anybody else other than the two of us was in the house. And then out of the corner of my eye, I saw that my boyfriend's friend had followed us into the house and was keeping an eye on us because I assume he didn't trust me and Owen to be alone together. I felt like I'd done something wrong. I felt like I wasn't allowed to show my friend my pets. I don't know if he asked his friend to do that, but it felt like I was constantly being watched by him and his people. So I went straight back outside and Owen left, and like nothing happened. Nothing weird was going on. I was just like, this is my cat. So for the rest of the party, we tried to act normal and everything was fine. But by the end of the party, when everyone had gone home, my ex was really annoyed about the fact that I dared to step foot in my house alone with another man. Like anything was going to happen while my family was outside in the garden. But I didn't care anymore. I didn't care if he was angry and upset and felt worried about what I was doing. Like, I genuinely did not care about making him happy anymore. I didn't want to do whatever he wanted me to do. I didn't want him to like me. Like, I really gave up trying. And this bit makes me sound really bad. But I really wanted a way out. And Owen seemed like the closest life raft to my sinking ship, so I automatically had these overwhelming emotions towards him of maybe if I leave my boyfriend, I can be with this guy. He did say that he liked me 3 years ago, and I can't explain myself in that one because it's wrong. My ex had always somehow had feelings for somebody else, and it always hurt me, so to now be having feelings for somebody else, I knew it was going to hurt him, and I didn't want to stoop to his level because it wasn't okay when he did it, so it's not okay when I do it. Two wrongs don't make a right. But I couldn't help the fact that I was now leaning more towards running away with Owen. And I didn't tell Owen that. Like, I didn't tell him that I was having these thoughts and these feelings. He had nothing to do with it. This wasn't his fault. He was just being a good friend, and I was putting a lot of pressure on that and not actually telling him that to his face. For quite a few days after my birthday, my ex was still pretty annoyed about me being alone with Owen for 5 minutes, and he didn't really want to talk to me very much, which I didn't really care about. But one morning, he was always very difficult to get up and out of bed. So one morning I was trying to get him to get out of the bed because I needed to get up and get dressed and we needed to leave, and he did not want to get up that early. I tried the gentle approach first of giving him a hug and putting my arm around him and slightly nudging him and being like, come on, time to get up, in a nice way. And he turned to me and he said, do that again and see what happens. Like a threat. And I could see in his eyes that this was not a joke. This was serious. So I used my body and my hands and my legs to push myself off of him, away. But I guess he saw that as me putting my arm towards him. I don't know. I really don't know. But he then swung his arm this way and punched me in the mouth. And my bed is pushed up against a wall. There is a window on this side, so you can't get out that way. The only way out is this way. And he was on this side of the bed towards the exit, and I was stuck in this corner of the room. So I curled up into a ball and I put my hands over my face to protect myself. And he was like, let me see. Stop crying, it was an accident, please. It was an accident. I didn't mean to do that. Please don't make any noise. And I was like, do not touch me. Do not touch me. So he then jumped up out of the bed and started banging his feet and hitting himself in the head, screaming, because whenever I'm hurt, he has to hurt himself so that I can't stay mad at him, because his pain is more important than my pain. And I said, shut up. My parents are downstairs in the room below us and they're going to hear all this noise. And instantly he snapped out of it and went back to normal and was like, you need to tell them that this was an accident. You need to make up a lie. They can't know. You can't tell them that. So I had to go downstairs and say to my parents, sorry about all the noise. I hit myself in the mouth while we were fake wrestling. Don't worry about it. I knew I had to come up with an escape plan fast because the physical abuse and the threats to kill were just getting more and more and more frequent. It went from maybe one a year to one every 6 months, and now it was happening once every month or every 2 months, and I knew that it was just going to get worse, so I knew I had to get out. How was I going to leave him without him hurting me? I had to convince him to leave me. And how was I going to do that? Well, I need to convince him that if he leaves me, he can have whatever he wants. And what does he want? He wants sex with other women. So, how about we go on a break? And in that time, you can sleep with whoever you want. And I won't get mad at you. And just don't talk to me for a week. Please, take a break for a week. Don't talk to me. And maybe we'll get back together afterwards. I had become this manipulative liar. And I didn't feel proud about it, but wouldn't you say whatever you had to say if someone was holding you hostage? And surprise, surprise, he loved my idea of a break and agreed. He then said to me, I want you to sleep with somebody else during this break so that you can compare penis sizes. And I said, hang on a second. Say that again, into the camera here.
You say that you want me to sleep with someone else.
Yeah.
And why is that?
So you can compare to me. Not in a weird way.
So he agreed. We'll take a break, and for a week he will not contact me and he can do what he wants. I just needed a week in the hopes that he would sleep with someone else and be happier and then realise, you know what, yeah, I don't want to get back with you. That's all I wanted, was for him to have so much fun on this week off that he would no longer want me, and then I wouldn't have to be the one to do the dumping again. But then he told me, just so you know, before the break started, I showed my penis to people on the internet again. And I was like, oh well, doesn't matter anymore. Just go, please, leave me alone. So during that week we agreed that we wouldn't talk to each other unless it was absolutely necessary, but he continued to constantly contact me again. All of that fucking around on the internet with Omegle and porn is not going to happen again. I just want you and your love, and I want to love you as much as I can and be the best that I can be. I don't want to hook up with anyone else next week, if I'm honest. I tried to see myself doing it in my own way and it didn't feel right. You feel right, so take from that what you want. You're what's best for me, nothing else. You made everything better and were always there for me. But it's still up to you if you don't want to be with me again. I'm just telling you how I feel. I was ignorant and stupid and I didn't deserve anything you gave me. But I'm saying I'm more grateful now, or at least headed that way. And I think I know where to turn if we do get back together. And if I do fuck up again, you can just do away with me and it'll be fine. I don't deserve any more chances for the arsehole that I've been so far. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. You just needed to know that you're completely flawless and I'm the total opposite and I couldn't ever admit it. You were always right. I'm sorry I did you wrong. If you want to move on, I get it. You're the best person to exist ever. We still have 6 days. Things could change. Yeah, I know. What happens to filming if we break up? Are you gonna drop out? I don't know. I can't really say yes or no at this point. I don't know what else to say. It's just mostly my fault. I'll talk to you on Saturday, I guess. You can talk to me anytime. I don't want to talk now. I'm upset and angry again. Goodbye. It's all too much. What is? You saying I need therapy, everything. There's just some things that should have never been said, and you said them all. So how do you think that's made me feel for 4 years? I actually don't want you to get back with me anymore. I said those things a while ago. I should be single forever. I made my ex feel like this too. You were okay 2 minutes ago. If I really loved you, I'd say it isn't right for you to get back with me. It's just me, I'm cancerous and self-destructive. And the filming caused problems because I couldn't admit stuff. Were you just saying that stuff so I don't back out of filming? I mean, just now, were you saying all that nice stuff because of filming? It wasn't just that, it was you not being around. As soon as you brought up filming, and me saying I don't know, you've gone off. I wasn't, it's just I connected it to you not being around because we did kind of meet over filming, that's all. You were fine until you brought up filming. Filming isn't our relationship. I know it isn't, I just wanted to be good at filming and also be with you. It's called stability. You can do both. But the reason I need this week is because you always flip out like you just did, saying one thing and then saying the complete opposite. You love me and want to be with me, but then you don't. That's it. I think I've snapped. Why? I think I'll side with the hatred. You were okay a few minutes ago. Well, I probably have schizophrenia like you said. Are you just being this way because I said I didn't want to get back together straight away? I don't owe you anything. And I said you have paranoia which can lead to schizophrenia if you don't get it treated. But you shouldn't be with someone who's like that. You don't want to know what I was saying to my mum about my dad a few minutes ago. Things might be changing. What do you mean? I told her that because of how my grandma, my dad, my uncle and my cousin talk to me sometimes, I'm getting so close to just getting up and causing something that will make them fall out with me forever. It'll feel good. I want to literally murder my dad, like turn into an animal. I can already see it. My friend's the fucking same, the small midget cunt fat bastard. He has nothing to do with this. Just feeling a certain way right now in front of my fucking face and not saying anything and expecting me to be physics. Then going and quietly telling someone else. Humans are fucking cocks. There's a fucking fact for you, Rebecca. I'll give myself a week to calm down so I can pretend that this isn't happening. Because it's going to take that space for me to calm down. Because I finally realise what's wrong. I'm basically Luke in The Last Jedi. I'm gonna go. I'm really sorry. I don't want to upset you. You're not sorry. I came to message you with good intentions. You gave me a big message about how you love me, then said you didn't, with no explanation. I fucked up again, I have to go, I know, I have to go, I've messed up. You're messing with my head. I'll go now before I make this worse. I have to go, I'll talk to you again on Saturday, I need to cool off. Okay, well, if you need to talk to me at all this week, you can. Goodbye for now, I hope you have a nice week, enjoy. I hope you feel okay soon, I don't want you to be upset. I know you don't, but you're too good. I shouldn't even be talking to you with how I've acted. You do know that you're too good. And then, because bad things keep happening, my SD card, which I use to edit my YouTube videos, broke. And usually I would ask my boyfriend to fix it, and I was thinking to myself, who is the only other person that does YouTube videos that can fix my card for me because I don't know how to do it myself. So I called Owen, and I said, can you come over and fix this card, please? And he said, yeah, sure, I'll come over. And he came over to my house to help me fix my SD card. And then I told him about everything that had been going on, and I told him the truth, and I said, look, we're on a break, and this is what's been happening, and Owen really, really comforted me, and listened, and validated everything that I'd been feeling, and then we kissed. And I'd never kissed anybody else before. And then one thing led to another. And I'm not going to go into details, but I think you can probably guess what I'm suggesting here. That wasn't my intention for that to happen, but it did happen, and I couldn't change it. But that exact same day, I realised I need to leave. I need to end this now, because I'm not going to continue being in a relationship with someone when I've just been with somebody else. Like, that's wrong. So I messaged my ex that day, the exact same day. Literally, as soon as Owen left, I messaged my ex, and I said this: I think for now, we'd both be happier without each other. That's exactly how I feel. That's weird that you felt that way too. Well, I'm glad we're on the same page and we're not hurting each other. So what do we do from here? I was glad that he'd agreed and that we were on mutual terms and that we could walk away, and I didn't tell him about what had happened with Owen. I didn't think he needed to know, but I was glad that he agreed that we should break up. That was it. That was the end of the relationship. But obviously, that is not the end of the story. As you can see from the video, I'm probably only about halfway through right now, and this is a long video. So there is a lot more to come, so please continue watching. So after the relationship ended, I was struggling to adjust to the big change. I hate change. I hate when things change, and this was a massive change for me, and the thought of having to update everybody that we'd broken up was embarrassing, and I knew that people were going to start asking questions about why, and I still didn't want to tell the truth. I didn't want to badmouth him. I didn't want people to know what I had gone through in case they started seeing me differently, or if it would cause a fight with him later. I didn't want to tell anybody the real reason that we broke up, so I just told them that it was a mutual decision. A couple of times I wanted to go back because I still wanted that fairy tale ending, and I felt like everything and all the effort that I'd put into making it work was for nothing, and it was all I'd ever known. I didn't want to try new things. I wanted to stick with what I knew how to do, and starting again from the beginning again was really scary. But staying with him or going back to him and potentially being murdered was scarier. I'd rather go through the uncomfortableness of adjusting to the change and my life not turning out the way that I'd originally planned than potentially be murdered. But I was also having all of these weird revelations and conflicting feelings, because when I was with Owen, I realised men can stop when you ask them to. He didn't argue with me. He didn't try and convince me otherwise. He didn't say, well, I can't stop now. You can't change your mind. Like, he didn't say any of the things that my ex would say to me. And this whole time I just thought that just all men were like that it was all guys, because that's what my ex made it seem like. Everything I thought was normal was not normal, and I was just really having a lot of conflicting emotions during that time. I hoped that once we'd broken up he would leave me alone, but he didn't. He continued to contact me and message me, and it all seemed to come back to him trying to keep me on his good side, not because he cared about me or because he was actually sorry, but because he was scared that if I was on his bad side, it would affect his films. I asked him why he wouldn't leave me alone, and he said, it's because I don't hate you. You haven't done anything wrong to me. And I said, well, do you want to hate me? Well, if I make you hate me, will you finally leave me alone? So I told him the truth. I told him about what had happened. I didn't name Owen. I just said, look, I slept with someone else. And he didn't believe me. After so many years of accusing me of cheating on him, when I finally do sleep with someone else, he didn't believe it. Ridiculous. But very quickly he realised that it must have been Owen and that I was telling the truth, and then again he flipped out, understandably. Completely fair that he was mad about that. He said that he knew that something had been going on with me and Owen since before then, and that I'd always been cheating on him and that I was a whore, and obviously that's not true. He said that I've probably been cheating on him with his other friends, people that I had never even met before, but he still would not leave me alone. Again, I'll read some of the messages. That was too fast for there not to have been anything there before, Rebecca. So yeah, I think you're a liar as well. I fucking despise you. Okay, so remove me. You're the worst person ever, and you never cared, and you just used me, and you were always a bitch, and I think your friend knew. I'm fucking distraught, Rebecca. I want to cry and kill myself and fucking everything. I don't want to do anything anymore. You can't keep messaging me. It's hard for me too. It was a mistake, and people make them, but you still fucked someone who you knew, and I was suspicious of all of our relationship, so I'll always see what you did as worse. Fucking whore. I'm removing you now. You showed people your penis in a sexual way and got off on it while we were in a relationship. So in the end, I had to block him. For a while after that, he started to message me on Instagram, apologising, saying he wanted to end on better terms, and I would always ignore and block him. Hi, Rebecca. Please don't kick off. I'm not here to bother you. I just wanted to end our communication a little better than what we left on before. I'm sorry for lashing out the way that I did, ending things in the way that we did, because I know we wanted to be civil, and I'm not saying that we should now, but things are good how they've turned out, and I don't want to talk to you in that way, but you deserve an apology. I don't want to badmouth you or spread hate about you. I want you to be okay. You and your family did a lot for me, and I'm just saying I'll always be grateful. You looked after me, and me and you both had our ups and downs. We both know that. I made mistakes. I could have done things better, and maybe you could have too, but it's okay. It is what it is. I will hold no ill will against you. I just want us both to move on with our own lives and leave each other alone. Again, I'm sorry for lashing out before. And then he'd make another account and message me again, so then I would block that account. And I just wanted him to leave me alone. I couldn't move on, because every time I started to accept the breakup, he was there lighting up my phone with notifications again and again and again. And I tried to talk to our mutual friends about the breakup, and they all said, I don't want to know. I'd rather not know. I don't want to get involved. So I imagine he probably told them all sorts of things about me, and they probably just straight up believed it without asking me if it was true, and they didn't want to hear my side of the story, so I decided that they weren't my friends anymore. Then one day, one of his friends messaged me, one that I had never met before. I'm going to call him Billy. So Billy I had never met before, not in person. We'd spoken in a group chat before because he was acting in my boyfriend's films, well, now ex-boyfriend. He was acting in his films, and we just never crossed paths. We were just never in the same scene at the same time. So I knew who he was, but we'd never actually met in person before. I didn't really know what he looked like. So Billy messaged me one day out of the blue, and he said he was checking in to see how I'm doing, and I thought that was quite nice of him to do, because everyone else seemed to instantly drop me as fast as they could, and I'd been feeling very alone. And then we both got into the conversation of being accused of sleeping together. It would seem that he also accused Billy of sleeping with me when obviously he didn't. And I wanted to talk more with Billy, so I agreed to meet him. He picked me up in his car, and that was the first time we ever met each other. And we sat there for a few hours and just talked about everything and all of these false allegations and rumours and what should we do. And it was really the first time that I felt like I was being believed by one of his friends or one of our mutual friends. Like, everybody else seemed to just believe him and not want to know and didn't want to talk to me, but Billy, who wasn't my friend, he was my ex's friend, actually wanted to hear my side of the story and believed me and validated my feelings, and it was the first time that had happened. And I didn't say this out loud to Billy, but in my mind I started to think, everybody believes that we've slept together. He's telling everybody that we did when we didn't, so my reputation is already ruined. I can't make it any worse, really. People are going to think that we did it either way, whether we do it or we don't. So we did. God, that's so embarrassing to say out loud, oh my god. But then my opinions on sex changed again. You can sleep with someone that you don't even have romantic feelings for, someone that you aren't planning on dating or aren't going to marry, like, you can just do that and it will be fine. This is what I could have been doing this whole time. I started to realise a lot of things about myself and my sexuality and what I was comfortable with and what I did like and definitely what I did not like. I didn't realise it back then, but hypersexuality is quite common after abuse, where the victim becomes overly sexual because they're trying to kind of regain autonomy and control over their own body and kind of improve their opinions and views on sex. And I think that's probably what was happening to me at that point, because after that, any of my friends or his friends that tried to get with me, even if I didn't necessarily like them that way, I thought, screw it. Why not? What's stopping me? I'm single. I knew that I wasn't going to date them, but I was scared that if I lost any more friends, I would be completely alone, and I thought I need to keep these guys around and in my life, and how am I going to do that other than giving them what they want? And they left anyway. One of these friends actually messaged me and said to me, your ex has contacted me and he's got some of your videos and he wants to bring them back to you. because I still had all of my YouTube videos on his SD card. So I said, fine, tell him to put it through my letterbox. Like, it's just a little card, so he can just drop it off through my letterbox. We don't have to interact. But when I checked the door, he had put a big, expensive, heavy hard drive through the door, and I knew that he was going to want that back. But when I put the videos onto my computer, they did not work. The videos were unplayable, the audio was glitching out, there was a load of problems with it, and his films never had that problem, so I don't know why mine suddenly did, but they just did not work. So I contacted him directly for the first time in months, and I said, these videos don't work. And he said, well, if you meet with me, I can fix them for you. And I said, fine, I will come and meet you, but it has to be in public, and I'm picking the location. And I chose a cafe where my friend worked, so that she could be there to watch from afar and make sure that nothing bad happened. So I met him at the cafe, my mum dropped me off. I walked in, gave him the hard drive, he put them into his computer and fixed them, gave me the hard drive back, and my mum took me home. And it was very easy and simple and fast. There was no arguing, there was no begging, like, it was fine. It was totally fine. I got home that day, plugged it into my computer. It was worse than before. They still did not work. So I contacted him again, and I said, they still don't work. And he said, come and meet me again that same day, and this time I'll pick the location. And I thought, fair enough, I picked the last one. It's only fair that I let him pick the next one, and he picked another cafe a bit closer to home. So my mum dropped me off again, and I went in and met with him again, and this time I brought my computer and showed him what the problem was. And he said, yeah, I can't fix that. And I said, so this has been a waste of time. Great, thanks, I'm leaving. And he said, no, please stay, please don't leave. So I stayed. And he apologised for everything, and he said, I'm really sorry about how I reacted and everything I did to you, and I really wanted to get back with you, and I shouldn't have listened to what my mum was saying about you, and I wish I'd never let you go, you were the best thing that ever happened to me, blah blah blah. I didn't know how to respond, so I really just sat there and listened. And then he said, please just at least let me drive you home. And I said, okay, fine, because it was only a 5-minute drive from my house, and my mum had driven me around all day already, and I didn't want to ask her to come back out again, so I accepted the ride home. But as we got into his car and started to drive, he then asked me who I was seeing now. And at this point, it had been a few months, and I was now seeing my now current real-life fiancé. But back then, we were just really getting to know each other, so I didn't think it was anything serious or important. I said that to him. I said, look, I'm seeing somebody. We're just getting to know each other. It's probably nothing serious. It might not lead to anything. But, you know, I am seeing someone. And he said, oh, okay, so you're into casual sex now. Who are you doing it with? Who were they? Who is it? And I said, it's not your business. You don't need to know who I'm seeing or what I have done. And he then kept asking me to compare sizes with him and to go into the details, and I kept refusing. And I started to feel very uncomfortable. So I started to film him. I got my phone and I started to record, but I held it on my lap and pointed the camera towards him in the hopes that he wouldn't notice. If I was just holding my camera on my knee, he wouldn't notice that I was recording him. So I'll put the video in here.
Who was it?
I'm not telling you who it was.
Why can't you tell me?
Because it's not your business.
I know it's not necessary.
It's not. It's not at all your business.
And he kept bringing up the topic of sex, so I knew that where this was going, and I knew that he was eventually going to ask me to have sex with him. He said that the last time we had sex wasn't good enough, because it felt more like a fuck off rather than a goodbye, and that I owed him a better time. So I recorded that conversation too.
I just felt really shit.
After we had sex the last time.
I don't know, I just didn't feel like an ending. It felt like a fuck off.
Okay. Well, I don't remember it.
That's even weirder.
It's not weird.
It's because you didn't care, you didn't want to be around me, that's why.
So you think I want to have sex with you again?
No, I don't think you want to. I know you don't.
Then why do you keep bringing it up?
Because it's just me. I think I want to, but no.
It's just inappropriate.
He kept glancing over and looking at the phone in my lap, so I wasn't sure if he realised that I was recording him, so I quickly turned it off because I didn't want him to catch me and get angry. Then he drove past my house, and he pulled up outside a wooded area, and he said, why don't we go into the woods and have sex? And I said, no, I don't want that. I want to go home, please. And he just kept insisting and insisting, and I kept refusing and refusing, and it was just like the olden times when he would not take no for an answer. And then he grabbed me and kissed me forcibly on the mouth. And I started crying. I was crying because I felt so disgusting and violated, and I just kept thinking about this guy that I'm seeing and the fact that I'm now kissing somebody else. It just felt wrong. And I didn't get out of the car and run because I was scared that he would chase me and run me over. So I didn't run, I just sat there and I did what I used to do, which is go along with whatever he wants to get it over with. So I did end up kissing him back, but it can't have been enjoyable for him because I was sobbing and he was sobbing, so it probably wasn't a great experience for him either. But then he got into the back of his car and he said, let's have sex in the back of the car. And again, I said, no, I am not sleeping with you. He then tried to pull me into the back through the two front chairs because I was sitting in the front passenger seat and he was in the back seat, and he tried to reach through and pull me into the back. So I just went limp. I made my body as hard to move as possible. And luckily, you know, the gearbox area protected me. But eventually, after giving up, he got back into the front of the car. He also said, while we were sitting in his car, that he admitted to his mum that he had punched me in the mouth, and she said that I deserved it. He also said that when his dad and his uncle and his cousins found out that we'd broken up, they were all overjoyed and so happy because they never liked me anyway. And he did eventually drive me home. I just felt so gross and disgusting and violated and scared and upset and angry and embarrassed, and just, it was just a really awful experience, to be honest. That was the last time I ever saw him or spoke to him face to face. That was it. But he still would not leave me alone. He was still messaging me and trying to apologize. I considered going to the police and saying, help, make this guy leave me alone, but what was I gonna say? This man keeps apologizing to me. They're not gonna do anything about that. And I was now getting more serious with my now current partner. And anytime I tried to hang out with him, my phone was constantly lighting up with messages from my ex. So I decided, look, I'm just gonna make a YouTube video. I hadn't actually announced on my YouTube channel that we had broken up, and he was always in a lot of my videos, so he just disappeared, and people were asking questions because they'd seen on Instagram that I was hanging out with this other guy, and they were like, didn't you just have a boyfriend? And people actually started messaging me asking about my new partner, trying to hit him up for dates because they didn't realize that I was dating him because they thought I was still with my ex. So I had to do something. So I put a video out and I said, look, we broke up, and I didn't go into the detail of what happened. I just said I could never be with somebody that hit me, and I'm now dating someone else, and everything is going good other than that, and I hoped that that would be enough to kind of make it stop. I hope that would be like a warning to him to leave me alone, because I didn't go into detail about what he did to me, but I could have done. I could have included the videos and the texts and everything that I'm including in this video, but I didn't. I just didn't want to do that to him. I hoped that I would never have to. I hoped that it wouldn't come to this. I hoped that he would have seen that other video and realized, oh, maybe I should stop and take a step back, because clearly she has the power to expose me here. But one day I was sitting in my bedroom and my sister came running into my room and she said, your ex's mum is here. And I didn't believe her. I thought she was joking. Until I looked out of the window and I saw his mum's car parked across the top of my driveway, blocking us in. So I ran out of my room and I started to go down the stairs, and I just caught a glimpse of the back of her head as she was leaving the house. And I didn't know what had happened. I thought, has he killed himself? Has he hurt himself? Is she coming here with some bad news? Is she coming here to apologise? What is happening? Why is she here? And my mum called me into the kitchen. And she said, your ex's mum has just been here to see me, and she says that you have posted slanderous videos about him on the internet, that you are going to ruin his reputation and ruin his future because boys make mistakes, and if you don't remove the video, she's going to call the police and have you arrested. I didn't want to put my family through that. I didn't want this woman constantly coming back to my house or have the police turning up at my house. When she arrived at my house and my family opened the door, they didn't know who she was until she said, I'm her ex's mum. They had no idea. They knew who his dad was because his dad was always coming to our events and birthdays, and I always invited his mum before his dad. I always wanted to give his mum the first chance to decide to be there. She always refused any olive branch that I ever reached out to her with. So I'd end up having to invite his dad, which was fine because I loved his dad, but it would have been nice for her to come to at least one of our events. So I removed the video because I just didn't want to go through that. I just couldn't put my family through that, so I removed the video and decided not to talk about it again. And I never named him, I never said his name or put any pictures of him in the video or anything, and I'm not going to do that in this video either. It felt like they were trying to silence me. They were trying to... It was essentially a threat of intimidation, which is witness intimidation, which is a crime, by the way. So I felt intimidated and threatened and scared, so I removed the video. And it bothered me that they were trying to protect him. She essentially admitted that she knew that he had done wrong, but that I wasn't allowed to talk about it. I'd never told my mum or my family what had happened, but obviously they said, what was she talking about? She said that he's made mistakes. What is going on? So I had to tell them the truth. I told them everything that I've just told you, even though it was really hard. And obviously they were mad. They were really, really upset and angry, and they said, well, if we'd have known that, we wouldn't have let her come in the house. But they were just mad. And I was mad. I was so mad that I started posting on, I think it was Twitter, like, God, men are so annoying, and you know, that kind of, the kind of stupid, petty stuff like that. I think I was retweeting that because I was in such a bad mood. And one of his friends actually messaged me and said that I was bullying him and that I was not giving him a fair chance to defend himself, and that we both know that he's not a bad person, he's a human, he's normal, and that I just couldn't help myself by talking badly about him. And I said, he punched me in the mouth. Did he tell you that? And she said that she didn't want to know and that she didn't particularly care. And people like that are the reason why things like this keep happening. Because if you are continuing to be friends with somebody that you know is an abuser, you're basically telling them that you're okay with what they're doing. Because at the end of the day, no matter what they do, you're still going to be there for them at the end of the day, and they're not going to face any repercussions. So they're going to keep doing it because they think, well, at least I've got somebody that will defend me. She said that he had told her what I had done to him, but it was clear that he was telling people bad things about me. And they were just believing it. And apparently I was the one slandering him. I was the one that was going to ruin his future and ruin his reputation, apparently. But really, he was already doing that to me. Obviously, as friends do, when you break up with someone, your friends say, well, I never liked him anyway. He's weird and ugly and scruffy and you could do better. And it annoyed me that I kept having to defend him because he was an arsehole. But I still couldn't lie and say, yeah, no, I agree. I always thought he was ugly, or yes, he's definitely unattractive, because I didn't think that he was. I never ever thought that. So I couldn't lie and just pretend that I always hated him, because I didn't. A few people that I knew that had gone to the same high school as him actually said, yeah, he's always been weird with girls. He was always weird with girls in high school. Nobody told me. Nobody warned me. That would have been good to know. That would have been useful information. You just kept that to yourself. 5 months after our relationship ended, and it was the new year, I went public with my new relationship. And I know it seems quite fast. 5 months is not very long to move on. But that was the same amount of time that it took for him to move on with me from his ex. He was actually on dating apps. My best friend saw him on Tinder 2 days after our relationship ended. So he was already moving on very quickly, and I felt like because it was a new year, it didn't feel like it had only been 5 months. I mean, I'd been not in love with him. I'd emotionally checked out from the relationship a long time ago, so it didn't really feel like we'd broken up 5 months ago. It felt like it had been a lot longer than that. But I went public with my new official relationship. Our relationship began on January 1st. I just wanted to move on, and I love to love, and I love to be loved, and my new partner was so loving, and I finally was able to put all of my skills to good use, and I felt appreciated, and I felt safe, and I was ready to face my anxieties that my ex had only made worse. And it was difficult going from an abusive relationship to a good relationship. Like, Everything I thought was normal was not normal. And when me and my partner didn't start arguing, I started to wonder, well, my ex said he argued with me because he cared so much about me and his feelings were so strong and overwhelming that it would burst out of him, and if he didn't love me, he wouldn't argue with me. So does my new partner not love me because we're not arguing? And there was a time when my partner tried to initiate, and I said, no, I can't right now. I don't feel like it. And he said, okay, fine. We can do something else. Do you want to go eat? You want to watch a movie? Do you want to go for a walk? And I burst out crying. Please don't hate me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't hurt me. Please don't ignore me. Please, I'm so sorry. I'm really, really, really sorry. And he was like, whoa, calm down. It's okay. You're allowed to say no. I respect your decision. Like, I'm not gonna get mad at you. I'm not gonna give you the silent treatment. Like, it's fine. You can say no to things. And I was just so triggered by what happened in the past. It was really hard to kind of accept that what he was telling me was the truth. And when he would say, my parents really like you, my parents love you, I would just be thinking to myself, they're lying. They tell me all the time how much they love me and how glad they are that I'm joining their family, but I'm still constantly in the back of my mind wondering, are they just saying that to be polite? Do they actually like me? Why would they like me? My ex's parents hated me, apparently. But I don't think I could have got through the breakup without the support and help of my best friend. And this is the part of the story which I find the hardest to talk about. I usually get choked up at this point, but because I'm on so many antidepressants right now, I can't really cry and I can't really feel anything at all. I do feel a bit sick thinking about it. I loved my best friend more than I ever loved anyone. We did everything together. We'd go to the beach together. I would go with her when she was getting tattooed to make sure that she was safe, and whenever she was sneaking out to meet a boy and didn't want her parents to know, she would always tell me to make sure that she was safe, and we would track each other's locations, and she would call me if she had to walk alone to her car at night, and we'd play video games together, and we'd watch movies together, and we made art together, and my bedroom at that point had become like a shrine to her. I was wearing a heart necklace that she had bought me, and everything that we'd made and painted together and all the pictures we took on our travels I put around my bedroom, and I took her to London for her birthday, and we did everything together, and I loved her more than I've ever loved anybody in my entire life. So it's really hard to talk about this part of the story because I know that this paints her in a bad light, and I don't want to upset her. I don't want people to think that she's a bad person, because she's not a bad person. I'm struggling to say the words. She was still friends with the girls from school who would bully me, and those girls decided that they were going to go on a girls' night out together, and obviously I don't drink, so I was never included, and I didn't really want to associate with them anyway. They weren't my friends, they were her friends. So she would see me separately, and then she would see them as a group. And she told me she was going on a girls' night out, and the next morning I woke up to a load of messages from people that I hadn't spoken to in a long time, people I hadn't spoken to in years, people that we both went to school with together, people that knew us both. And they were saying, have you heard from her? Have you heard from her this morning? Have you seen the news? Have you seen this? Like, what do you think? What's your opinion? What are you going to say? What are you going to do? And I didn't know what anybody was talking about because I couldn't see anything. I didn't know what was going on. And then somebody sent me a screenshot of a Facebook post, and it was a new relationship update. And it was my ex and her other best friend were now in a relationship. But it said that their relationship began on January 1st, the same day as mine. And it was now nearly the end of February. So I thought that my friend had known about this for nearly 2 months and hidden it from me, and we'd been hanging out in that time and she just hadn't said anything. She never told me. I would have liked a heads up, because now I had people messaging me asking questions and wanting my opinion, and I didn't know what to say because I only just found out at the same time they did, and I felt like I had been punched in the stomach. I didn't know what to do. All I could do was cry and scream, and again I ripped everything off of my bedroom walls, all the pictures, all the photo frames that I had around my room. I threw them against the wall and they smashed, and glass was all over my floor, and I ripped off the necklace that she had got for me. My sister had to come in and try and calm me down because I couldn't think straight. I couldn't, I don't like talking about it, but I kind of have to because it's an important part of the story. So I messaged her and I said, why didn't you tell me? I don't care that he is dating someone else. I mean, she's not my friend. She doesn't owe me anything. But why didn't you tell me? I'd rather have heard it from you than heard it from all these people. And she said, I didn't think you needed to know. And all I could think was, if she has a birthday party and she wants me there because I'm her best friend, and she wants her other best friend there, she might bring her boyfriend, who is my ex. And how does she expect me to be civil with my ex? I told her, I am completely heartbroken. You have broken my heart. And I can't talk to you again. Don't talk to me ever again. And I just wanted people to leave me alone because people were still messaging me about it and asking questions, and I didn't want to talk about it. I still don't really want to talk about it. So in the heat of the moment, I decided to write a tweet. Just to put out a statement to make it stop. And I'm pretty sure it just said something like, yes, I'm aware that my ex is in a new relationship. No, I don't care, I wish them the best, but I am no longer friends with the people that knew and hid it from me. And that was it. And I thought that would be enough. And then his new girlfriend messaged me and said, you better apologise to your best friend. She said that their relationship actually began at the start of February, not January 1st. And I wanted to keep the peace. I didn't have anything against his girlfriend. And so for that reason, I apologised. Seems to be a pattern here where I'm always the one apologising first. And then I distanced myself and I didn't want to talk to her ever again. And suddenly I felt very alone because I didn't really have any other best friends at that time. I had friends, but none that I would have sleepovers with and go to the beach with and watch movies with. I just wanted to isolate myself and curl into a ball and I didn't want anyone to talk to me. I don't think I could eat or sleep properly for days. I just was so shocked and upset, and I couldn't trust anybody. I thought, I don't want another best friend. But him and his new girlfriend broke up a month later. And then out of the blue, he emailed me. He said that I must have told her all the bad things that he did to me and that he was accepting that he'd done wrong. And I'll read the emails to you here. Yeah, it's me. Hi, how you doing? Please just wait and read this email. Bloody hell. I know I'm the last person you want to hear from right now, more than ever, but please just hear me out because I really can't be arsed with this thing just being like children, really. Being resentful about everything that happened between us. Look, I know that you messaged my ex and told her stuff about me while we were together. And that's fine, I get it. I'm coming to terms with the fact I was really horrible to you sometimes in our relationship. I admit it, I was really toxic. But I do really just want to move on. I'm becoming really ill from this. I can't tell you enough how sorry I am for treating you that way, Becca. You have every right to be angry at me. You did so much for me and you helped me out so much, and I was a complete prick. It's sinking in how horrible I was to you. But I do think, for clarity and for both of our sakes, I do know where all that crap was coming from. I tried to take on your anxiety and help you out as well, and trying to deal with my own problems, and that just pulled me under, turning me into a monster, amongst other things that were my fault. I think it was mostly me. I know you cared about me, and I'll be forever grateful for everything you did. I only want us to leave this behind and heal from it. That's all. You were a big part of my life, and a part of me will always care about you. I'm over the moon that Kyle makes you happy. You really do deserve it. I'm just trying to clear things up. I don't want any trouble. Why would I? I've matured a lot since we split. I'm owning up to my behaviour. It was wrong and awful. I was in the wrong, and I feel ashamed, as deep down that's not who I am at all. I'm just wanting to leave this behind, but I can't move on because I'm just fucking myself up with anxiety about how bad I was. I'm trying to make things right, and all I want is for us to both be okay. I know you don't want to talk to me, and that's fine, but I'm so done with the hatred. It's okay, Rebecca. Forget it. You don't have to respond. I just wanted you to know that I'm sorry, and glad that you're happy. This will be the end of it. You just deserved a proper apology from me, and I only wanted to apologise for everything I did. That's all. Me again. I forgive you for everything. I told him to leave me alone, and I said, do not talk to me, I'm sick of you harassing me, go away, stop looking at what I'm doing online, I didn't do this, I had nothing to do with it, like, fuck off. And I knew that he was going to keep watching what I was doing anyway, because that's what he'd done to his ex before me. He used my account to look at her, and now he was going to use whatever account he could to look at me, no matter how many times I blocked him. So I saw that his best friend was watching my Instagram story, so I blocked them. And then I saw that his dad's account was watching my Instagram story, so I blocked him. And then an anonymous account called Mr. Anonymous started watching my Instagram story, and when I checked on who they were following everybody that we went to college with. So I wonder who that could be. So I blocked them too. And I wouldn't be surprised if he had other anonymous accounts that I wasn't able to find, to be honest. Anytime I tried to talk to my family about it, they would say that I'm just being paranoid and I needed to move on, and he's probably grown up since then, and that he's probably not watching me. But every time they said that, he would then prove that he was. So I couldn't relax. I was constantly on edge that he was watching me. And then one day he followed one of my friends on Tumblr. And nobody uses Tumblr anymore. So my friend thought that was very weird. And she looked on his account, and from that she saw that he had a Twitter account. And she warned me about it. And she said, by the way, your ex has got this Twitter account. I wasn't sure if you were aware. So I searched for his account and I found it. And he hadn't blocked me. You get a message that says, this person has blocked you. And I hadn't been blocked. And his account had, I think, 1 follower, and he hadn't tweeted anything that I could see anyway. And I imagined that if he was tweeting regularly or using his account, he probably would have more than 1 follower, because he has more than 1 friend in real life. And it was definitely him, because the profile picture was a picture of him. And I could see that the account had been made almost a year ago, because on Twitter it tells you when the account was created. So I could see that the account was nearly a year old, was barely used, and I just assumed that it must be a dead account that he'd created and doesn't use anymore. So I blocked it anyway, just to be safe. And then a couple of hours later that same day, I started to second guess myself and become really paranoid that I'd accidentally sent a friend request. So I went to check on the account by looking through my blocked list, and I saw that he had now blocked me, and his profile picture had changed to him swearing at the camera. So I realised the only way he would have blocked me is if he had checked on my account and seen that I had blocked him first. And it's very suspicious or coincidental that he was just so happening to check on me the same day that I blocked him, within a couple hours. So I believe that he was using that account to check on me regularly. So I'd finally had enough, and I decided to call the police, because I was absolutely sick of this. I just wanted him to go away, and I didn't want them to arrest him. I wasn't going to tell them anything he'd done to me. I just wanted them to go to his house and tell him to stop bothering me. That's all I wanted. So I called the non-emergency police number, and I spoke to one of the police officers on the phone, and I said, this man has been harassing me and watching me online, and he won't go away. So they said, well, why don't you close your accounts, keep them private? And I said, I can't do that, because that's my job and they need to be public, otherwise I don't get paid. And he said, well, we can't really do anything then. There's nothing we can do. You're not helping yourself. Unless he has actually threatened to hurt you, we can't do anything about it. And I said, well, he did threaten to hurt me once or twice. When we were in his car, he said he was going to crash it and kill me. And they then said, he threatened to kill you. And I said, yeah. And they said, did he ever actually try to kill you? Has he ever physically hurt you? And I said, well, yeah, one time he choked me and held a phone against my throat and punched me in the mouth. But I'm not here to talk about that. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm more bothered that he won't leave me alone. And they said, has he ever sexually hurt you? And I said, it hurt, but I don't know if it's classed as assault or, I don't know. You tell me. And then I explained to them exactly what had happened. And they said, that is rape. You were raped. And I said, no, I can't have been. I think I would know. And they said, you would be surprised how many people we speak to that don't realise that they have been victims of this because it was their first time and they didn't know any different. But no, what you've just explained is rape. And I said, I don't understand. How could it be? I gave in. It was my fault. And he said, it wasn't your fault. You gave in because you were scared. He didn't really give you much choice. He coerced you. Coerced consent is not real consent. And non-consent is rape. And then it finally hit me, and I realized he was completely right, and everything made sense. And I couldn't accept it. I didn't want to accept it. I kept saying no, but like, we were in a relationship. And he said, yeah, but that doesn't equal consent. He said most victims of rape know the abuser, and it's usually someone that they're in a relationship with, and they don't realize that this is rape until they get with somebody else. And he said this happens all the time. And I was just really, really, really struggling to accept and come to terms with that. I believed him. I realized that he was right. But I felt like I had just become a victim there and then, as if it had just happened to me, and it was 6 years later. I can't explain how that feels. The person telling me this was a police officer. They know the law. They know what is and isn't rape, and if they're telling me it's rape, then it was raped. I felt so stupid. Like, how did you not know that? How did I not realize that? It's so obvious. How was I so stupid? Honestly, I don't know. Then he said, we're gonna have to arrest him. And I said, no, this isn't what I called for. This isn't what I wanted. I just want you to tell him to leave me alone. And he said, you've told me too much. We're not allowed to just walk away. And I said, no, he will not survive in prison. I don't want him to go to jail. I can't go through a case and go to court and talk to a lawyer and give a statement like, I'm not mentally well enough. I am full of anxiety, and I was having a complete panic attack breakdown, hyperventilating, crying, screaming on the phone, begging and begging and begging, please don't do this to me. You can't do this to me. This isn't what, if I knew that this was going to happen, I wouldn't have called you. Until eventually they gave in, and they said, fine, we won't arrest him this time. We will give him a warning and tell him to leave you alone, but if he does it again, you have to agree to let us arrest him. And I said, fine. I'm sure as soon as you warn him, he will get the hint and he will leave me alone. Just please don't do this to me. I can't go through this right now. And they said, fine, but we need you to talk to a rape and abuse support charity. And I said, I don't want to. I don't want to talk to anybody about this. I don't want anybody to know. And they said, well, we have to refer you anyway. So they're going to give you a call. So you can just tell them to leave you alone if you want, but we have to refer you anyway. Very soon after that phone call, that same day, I got a phone call from the abuse support charity. And I answered the phone and I said, hi, I'm fine, thanks, I don't need help, I am totally fine, everything is fine. I mean, this happened to me so long ago, and you've probably got other people that it's happening to right now that need you more than I do, and I don't want to take up space in your system, so don't worry about it. I will be fine. I don't need help. Don't worry about me. I am okay. And they said, well, if you're sure, you know where to find us, and then we ended the call. And then 5 minutes later, I called them back, and I was sobbing and throwing up and begging and saying, I don't know why I said I was fine. I'm not fine. I'm really not fine. I don't know why I told you that I didn't need you, because I do, and I don't know what you can do for me, and I don't know what anyone can do, but I'm scared. And I've just found out that this happened to me, and I didn't know, and I don't know what to do. It's been 6 years, and I thought I was fine, but I'm not fine. I'm really, really not fine. I need help. Please help me. Please help me. And the woman on the phone was like, it's okay. Look, we get this all the time. This happens so much. And she confirmed that, you know, coerced consent is not real consent, and this happens all the time, and women are more likely to be sexually assaulted by people that they know. And they offered me group counselling sessions, and I said, I can't be in a group. I don't want to put my story on other people who are already suffering, and I can't take anybody else's trauma on top of my own right now. I can't. And they said, we can't really give you like your one-on-one caseworker therapy, because you aren't going through a legal case or like an ongoing thing. This happened so long ago, we can't really do anything for you other than that. And I said, then I guess I'm doing this on my own. And the police did go to his house. They gave me a call a few days later in the morning saying, we're about to go to his house. What do you want us to say? What do you want us to ask? And I said, just tell him to leave me alone. So they went to his house and they said, do not contact her again. And then they left. And then I got an Instagram message from an anonymous account and I couldn't see the message. I got the notification, blank has messaged you, and usually it would say, Craig has messaged you, David has messaged you, but like there was no name. It just said blank had messaged you, and that has never happened before, and it's never happened since. So I clicked on the message and there was nothing there. There was no account, there was no message, and I thought, that's strange. And literally seconds later, the police called me and said, we've just left his house. And he says that he won't do it again. He was really scared. He went completely pale, like he was going to throw up. He was shaking. He was saying, I'm really, really sorry. It won't happen again, I promise. So I don't think you're going to be hearing from him again anytime soon. I think he's got the message. And I said, well, this account just messaged me and I can't see what it is. And they said, it won't be him. Like, you should have seen his face. He was terrified. You're going to be fine. And that was the end of that. And I think this was during the first lockdown, during the pandemic. So at that time, I wasn't able to go to my boyfriend for support because we weren't allowed to be in the same room as each other because of COVID. We didn't see each other for 3 or 4 months because he was with his parents and I was living with mine. So as soon as the lockdown restrictions were lifted for the first time, we decided to move in together. We got our own apartment. It was the first time I'd ever moved out of my parents' home and moved in with a man. I just had my own place. I had my own home for the first time ever. So we moved in together, and then second lockdown happened and we were together, so it was fine. And then third lockdown happened at Christmas time. And then it was January and I got a message from guess who? And I'll read the message to you. Rebecca, I don't want to talk to you at all, and I don't want to cause you hassle at all, but you haven't told the police that I raped you or anything, have you? I'm really concerned. I'm pretty sure I didn't ever do that to you, but do you think that I did? By the way, when I put that, I meant I don't want to talk to you at all because of what you said about harassment and everything. I just mean I don't want to bother you again. This is just something I'm really concerned about, and I hope it gets sorted so I can be fully relieved. Because if I ever did do that to you, I wouldn't have ever wanted to do it to you on purpose. I wouldn't have spoken about this or to you again, but someone came to my house and spoke about something that's been said. I'm a little worried. This wouldn't have come up again if it wasn't urgent. It's making me paranoid. I don't want to think about this rapey side of things anymore. I was concerned with this stuff last year as well, with my ex. And if I ever did do that to you in your eyes, it was always an accident. What do you mean you didn't do it on purpose? And what do you mean you were worried about this stuff with your ex? Did he hurt his ex as well? Has he hurt her and I could have prevented it and I could have done something and it's my fault because I didn't let the police arrest him and now he's hurt her? Somebody had gone to his house to talk about me. I became so paranoid. Like, who would do that? Who would go to his house and tell him things about me? It could have been anybody. I didn't know who it was because I'd blocked all of his friends and family, so it has to be someone from my side, someone on the inside. So I became so paranoid and I couldn't figure out who it was, so I just removed everybody. Anybody that could potentially have ever spoken to him, even if it was years ago, I just removed them all from my social media. I was really struggling to do my job of posting publicly because I didn't want anybody to know what I was doing or who I was doing it with or where I was because I was scared that it was going to come back to him. But I had to keep working, otherwise I wouldn't get paid. And then I scrolled up on the message and I saw that there was a message above that I had never seen before. And it had been sent on the day that the police left his house. That blank anonymous message had been from him, and he had blocked me straight away, so it never came through, so I couldn't see it, but because he had now unblocked me, I could see it. And I'll read it to you. Rebecca, hi, it's me. I don't know what exactly has happened for you to say something, but a policewoman has just come to see me about stuff my dad has done. Something about stalking your profile. What's that about? I don't speak to my dad anymore. I've fallen out with them, so I don't know what they've done. The lady mentioned to me something about my profile picture and swearing and putting my fingers up. I was only doing that for a laugh. I'm actually so confused, it's unreal. Can you please tell me what's actually going on? I haven't done anything wrong to you for so long. What is going on? I don't get it. I haven't done anything to you. If it's about me looking at your profile and stuff, then yeah, I do sometimes, because we were together for a long time. There's obviously some feelings, but I'm pretty much over all of them. I rarely look at your account. I've been trying to avoid anything to do with you for ages. Something to do with Twitter as well. I don't even use my old account. I have a new one that I use, and I'm pretty baffled. Apparently you told the police stuff too. It's okay, I get that. I know I acted a little irrationally sometimes when something went wrong, and I've matured since then. So this seems like a life I used to have. I don't get what's been said. I don't know anything about my family stalking your profile. I don't know why they would. I only look once in a blue moon because we were together, but I've tried to look less and less as time's gone on. So, like, the police had literally walked out of his door and said, don't contact her again, and he said, I promise I won't. And then he picked up his phone and sent me another message. I just couldn't believe it. Like, I could not believe why is this happening to me? You make one decision at 16 and it affects you for the rest of your life. You know, if I hadn't ever gone to his house, if I hadn't took that course, if I hadn't decided to be an actress, none of this would have happened. And those decisions I made as a teenager are now going to last with me for the rest of my life. So obviously I had to call the police again and again. They wanted to arrest him, and again I said, please don't do that. I can't, like, I was breaking down so bad. I wouldn't eat, I wouldn't sleep, I wouldn't get out of bed, I wouldn't get dressed, I couldn't work. I just wouldn't do anything. So I begged the police again, please don't do this to me, please, please, please. And again, they said, fine, we'll go back to his house and give him another warning, but we would rather be arresting him. Here's the number of a lawyer that we know. Go to them and get a non-molestation order. It's kind of like a restraining order, but for a restraining order, he would have to be found guilty of a crime, whereas since you're not pressing charges, you can get a non-molestation order in civil court rather than in the Crown Court. And it will forbid him from talking to you. And if he breaks that order and contacts you, he will have committed a crime, and then it won't be your decision to press charges because he has committed a crime set by the police, not a rule that you've put in place. So we can arrest him and you don't have to feel bad about that. So I said, fine, I'll get a non-molestation order. So I spoke to this law firm, and honestly, they were a load of crap. So I spoke to a guy at this law firm, they assigned a lawyer to me, and as he was asking me a load of questions, what happened, when was the last time he spoke to you, and I said, look, he messaged me 2 or 3 days ago, and he physically assaulted me while we were together, and he sexually assaulted me before we were even in a relationship, and I just want this order to tell him that if he contacts me again, he's going to be arrested. I also said, look, I'm really concerned that if he finds out that this is coming, he will try and stop it from happening. So will he know that he is about to be served? Will he get a warning? Will he get the chance to block it? And he said no, because he contacted you so soon ago. We're considering this to be like an emergency and that you are currently at risk. So he will be served it within the next couple of days, and he will not get a warning. Someone will just go to his house and say, you have been served, here are the papers. And he won't know what's coming. And I said, thank you, I feel a lot better now. And the lawyer responded with, okay, great, so his name is Barry. And I said, no, that's not his name. And he said, and he contacted you when? 3 months ago? And I said, 3 days ago. He then said to me, I've just Googled you, and I can see that you're in a lot of magazines and newspapers. Are you famous? And I said, no, I'm not famous. And he said, well, then why are you in the news? Like, am I talking to a famous person right now? Oh my God, am I talking to a famous person right now? And I said, no, I'm not famous. I'm just in the news sometimes. Like, please take this seriously. And he said, okay, fine. So send me evidence of the last time he messaged you and send me screenshots of your bank account, because I could not afford a lawyer. I could not afford to pay these people. I needed to apply for legal aid, which is like the government will help cover the cost of your lawyer. So I'd applied for legal aid, so I had to prove by sending screenshots of my bank accounts that I wasn't hiding money. And he said, yeah, just send me the screenshots to my email. So I did. And then I didn't hear anything for a few days. So I emailed him asking what is happening, and he didn't reply. So I called him, and he didn't answer. And then a week passed, so I decided to call the front desk, the actual law firm themselves. And they said, oh, we'll follow up and we'll find out what he's doing and why he's not responding. We'll get back to you soon. And then another week passed, and I called again, and I said, what is happening? 2 weeks has now passed. He still hasn't been served. I was told he'd be served within a couple of days. What's happening? I'm on edge. I can't sleep. I can't eat. I feel sick. I'm scared. Like, hurry this up. I can't keep going through this any longer. And they said, ooh, sorry, that guy was fired. He doesn't work here anymore. Oh, what do you mean he was fired? You didn't call me, you didn't email me, you didn't assign me to someone else. So I got a new lawyer, explained my case again. They asked for screenshots of my bank account again. I sent it to them. They didn't reply for a week. I called up again. They said, "You're not in our system." I said I should have been in your system twice by now because I've had 2 lawyers. So I was set up with a 3rd lawyer. They said, "We need screenshots of your bank account." I sent them. I didn't hear anything for a week. A month had now passed. I called them again. And this time, I was not polite. I was pissed. I had been living in a constant state of anxiety for a whole month, and I was mad. I was so angry. So I was not calm, and I wanted to know what the hell was going on. And they said, "Look, the problem is we can't accept screenshots of your bank account. You have to send us some paperwork or something. Screenshots aren't allowed." And I said, "Well, then why did 3 lawyers ask for screenshots specifically? If you don't accept screenshots, why did you ask for them? And why didn't anyone tell me?" And they said, "We can't accept the screenshots because you have multiple bank accounts." And I said, "Look, how long is this going to take?" And they said, "Because so much time has passed, we no longer consider this to be an emergency or for you to be at risk or in danger. So it's going to take a bit longer and it won't be put to the top of the pile and he might not be served for a couple more months. And he will also get a warning to say that it's coming, by the way." And I flipped out. I don't usually yell at people. I don't raise my voice. I don't argue with people. I'm really not confrontational. But on this occasion, I lost my absolute shit. And I said, the reason it's taken so long and too much time has passed is because you people have been messing me around. And she said, "Actually, it's your fault it's taken this long. If you didn't have multiple bank accounts and if you weren't self-employed, it wouldn't be causing so much problems for us. It's your fault." And I said, "Fuck you. Close the case." And she said, "No, we advise that you stay on." And I said, "No, I don't care. You want me to stay on because you want to get paid. You don't care about me. You don't care about victims. Close the fucking case." And then I hung up. And I just completely broke down. And I refused to eat or sleep. And my boyfriend was having to cook breakfast in the morning and bring it into the bedroom to make sure that I ate it. And then he had to go to work and come back and cook dinner and clean because I just wanted to curl up into a ball and die. I just wanted to starve myself to death in my room and I didn't want to do anything and I didn't want to talk and I just wanted him to leave me alone. And eventually I decided I can't live like this. This is going to be my life forever. This is never going to go away. It's never going to get better. And I can't do it anymore and I'm going to kill myself. And I decided that I was going to kill myself. So to tie up any loose ends, I contacted people from the past that I had maybe fallen out with 3-4 years ago and apologized to them because I just thought, if I'm going to die, I don't want to have any regrets. I don't want to die and not apologize to the people that deserve it. I made a list of who was going to inherit my things. My sister can have my laptop. My boyfriend can have my recording equipment, that kind of stuff. And I called my mum and I told her, "Look, I'm going to die. So I'm sorry that I've wasted your time. I'm sorry that you had to go through the process of birthing and raising me just for it to be a waste. But I'm going to die." And she came over and said, "You're going to the doctor. You're not dying. You're going to the doctor." And I'd still decided in my mind that it didn't matter what the doctor was going to say or try or do because nothing could help. I'll try whatever, I'll do whatever he tells me to do, but it's all going to be a waste in the end. They're just preventing the inevitable and they're just dragging it out, but it's all going to end with me being dead. So I didn't really particularly care. So the doctor said, "I'm putting you on antidepressants and I'm sending you to a psychologist because you've had counsellors and therapists in the past and obviously you need more than that. You need to go straight to the top of the pile right now." So he sent me to a psychologist and put me on antidepressants and I said, whatever, I'll take them, I'll do whatever you tell me to do, but it's not going to work. And then it worked. It worked. And suddenly I felt normal again. And I didn't want to die anymore. I was still anxious about the situation that was going on, but I at least I wasn't depressed, I wasn't suicidal, I was enjoying being alive again, and I was looking forward to the future, and everything just became so much easier. I'm so glad that I gave them a chance before committing to something permanent like that, and I'm still taking them because I can't function without them. But I'm not embarrassed about it, I'm not ashamed, it's not a secret, it's not something I feel like I need to hide. Some people need inhalers and insulin to survive. I need antidepressants to not die, and I'm not ashamed about that. And now we're on the final part of the video. This is where things get worse again. You keep thinking it won't get worse, but it definitely gets worse. So my ex sent me a friend request on Snapchat. After everything, why are you still trying to contact me? So I took a screenshot of that and I sent it to one of my friends and I said, this is not going to end. This is forever now. This is my life. And my friend replied to say, a girl that I know posted on Facebook that he had confessed to her that he is a serial killer that hasn't been caught yet. I looked at the post and it was a girl that I'd never met before, that I didn't know. And she posted on Facebook a warning for other women saying this man tried to encourage me to meet with him, and when I refused and said he sounds like a serial killer, he said that he was a serial killer. He just hasn't been caught yet. And he was making comments about her gothic alternative vibes, in his words, and he started talking about star signs. I looked in the comments of that post, and no surprise, I saw so many women commenting on the post saying, this is the same guy that did this to me, he's done this to me, he said the exact same thing to me, he tried to make me meet him and when I refused he got mad at me, he's scaring me. Why would you say that you're a serial killer if you're not one? He might be. I mean, he threatened to kill me on multiple occasions and I believed that he would have done. So it's not impossible. Why would you say that to someone that you don't know? She could have gone to the police. I could not believe that this was happening or what I was hearing, and I didn't know what to do. I completely broke down and I just cried and I cried and I cried for days and days and days because I blamed myself. Like, if I'd have just let the police arrest him when they wanted to, this wouldn't have happened. I could have protected these women and I didn't. So many people allowed this to happen, all the people around him that have been protecting him for so long, and let him get away with what he did to me. Only let this continue. And now he's gone too far and I can't go easy on him anymore. He's gone too far and I can't not do something about it. One of the girls that commented on the post was a girl that we went to college with. I hadn't spoken to her in years. We had ended on bad terms because of the whole stalker falling out situation. So the last time we spoke, we were not friends, and I had been actively trying to avoid having anything to do with her, as I had with most of my old college classmates, but I knew that I had to put that aside and contact her because she commented on that post that he had done this to her as well. So I messaged her and I was like, hey, I know we haven't spoken for years, and I know that we aren't friends, but can you please tell me what he's done to you? And she said, yeah, he messaged me saying that he was always in love with me after trying to convince me to act in his movies, and he was complimenting my looks and my alternative style. When I said that I didn't want to act in his movies, he said, well, all of our other college friends are, all of our classmates are going to be there. And when she asked them if they were going to be there, everybody said no. So if she was gonna go, she would have been the only one there with him alone. He just kept going on about how attracted he was to her and how he'd always fancied her. And she was like, leave me alone, we don't know each other. And he just persisted and would not leave her alone. And he was messaging her on Snapchat, and then he was messaging her on Instagram. And he just wouldn't stop. She told him that if he didn't leave her alone, she would take it further, in her words, by going to the police. And here is what he responded with. You were just one of those people anyway. Yeah, okay, I get that you're annoyed. Sorry, it must be weird for you. Didn't mean for it to go like this. Was only trying to talk. But take it further. Even if you did take it further, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't give a flying fuck. If you or anyone else are threatening to take it further, then I assure you I'll make it much worse. Don't fuck with me. No one ever has or ever will, because I will seriously fuck you up. I was being polite and trying to be your friend, and you've gone apeshit and threatened to take it further, when all I was trying to do is talk to you as a friend. But I understand. Take it as far as you want. I'm pretty sure I'll get myself out of any mess anyone's got me into. I have so far in life, and I will again and again. I'm pretty much invincible, so you don't scare me. Neither do the others. Waste of space. Goodbye. I'm done with you. she'd actually reported him to the police, and they did nothing. And they never told me that anybody else had reported him, and they never told her that anybody else had reported him. She actually reported him in the same month that I had reported him the second time. So he got 2 different police reports from 2 different people in 1 month, and the police didn't put them together. And finally, for the first time, people believe me. I'm not the only one anymore, and people are seeing what I saw all those years, and I felt so mad and upset for the other victims, but I was also so glad that somebody finally believed me and I wasn't alone in this anymore. I'd had to keep it to myself for so long, and now finally other people were seeing it too, and it was the first time that I really didn't feel alone in this. So we collected all the evidence and put it into a computer file and then shared links between us so that we all had access to it. I was handling all of this very poorly. I was constantly breaking down, crying, couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. I was stressing out, and I was scared because these things that he'd said to these people were recent. They weren't a long time ago. These were constantly ongoing as we were talking about them. I knew that he wasn't going to stop until somebody stopped him, and nobody had the power to stop him except us. Or so I thought. Before we called the police, we agreed that there's probably more victims out there that we don't know of, people that we can't find. So we came up with a plan where the girl from college would contact our old college classmates, and I would contact all the girls that he had briefly spoken about while we were together, like the girl that was easy and would sleep with anybody, and the girl from New York, and the girl that was liking his Instagram pictures, and the girls that he worked with, for example. One of our old college classmates said that he had sent him messages about how much he hates women, essentially, except for me, which I thought was strange. I will read those messages to you now. Women need to learn to be more polite or it'll just come back. I don't like women most of the time because they're just can't be bothered. We have different views on women. You're different to me in that sense. I'm sure I'll find someone who changes my outlook on them, but women are just cunts. I'll just not have it. It's like if someone wanted me to change something, like a girlfriend or whatever, just say so, instead of being so strange and delaying a prosperous life. Clearly the women I was with weren't mature enough or strong enough to handle what happened to them, so they took it out on me by fiddling with other guys, you know? Guys who just really weren't anything. It's their loss. Whatever's wrong with the world, you're not it. You're making it better, while I have to deal with the shit and wash them out of my life so I can learn to find better people. Then they'll go wherever the fuck they belong. I hope you understand where I'm coming from. Nothing wrong with being different, but fuck me. It's not my fault people can't take the time to understand something about a person instead of just fuck knows. I can't tell what even happens most of the time. I'm ruled by karma though, so anyone who's done me wrong, usually the universe will get them back, so I'm not worried. Pretty sure every time someone's done something wrong to me, it's been pretty evil. Besides Rebecca, who actually explained things, which I admired. But I can't help if I just didn't get along with someone and had nothing in common with them, because that's just humans. I printed out every piece of evidence that I had on paper and spread them out across my floor, and there was that much that it covered my kitchen, my living room, and my dining room floor. And on each piece of paper I wrote the date and a little note about how we found this person, but I realised a pattern. When I looked at the dates and I lined them all up, I noticed that he had started with the newest girls that he had met. Any girl that he had met recently in the past year or two, he started with them. When they rejected him, he decided to go back to the girls in college, girls that he knew when we were together. When that didn't work, he then moved on to people from high school. So I quickly realised he was going backwards down the timeline of people that he'd met, as if he had made a list of everybody that he's ever met and put them in time order and was working backwards. So I did the same thing. I decided to make a list of every single girl that he ever mentioned and contacted them all in time order. And every single one, except for the New York girl, said that he had contacted them and confessed his love to them or made them feel uncomfortable and scared in some way. On some of these occasions, he had actually told them that he wanted to take them out to the woods at the local dam where we filmed his film at the start of our relationship and have his way with them and film it and send it to their boyfriends to prove that he is the alpha male. Was he trying to recreate that scene that we filmed at the dam with these girls? And these are women that he had spoken to maybe once over 5 years ago. He had one interaction with them, and then 5 years later he was sending them very descriptive, detailed explanations of how he wants to take them out into the woods and defile them and send videos to their partners of it happening. And they all thought they were alone. So we added them to the file, and the evidence was just piling up. Every single day we found a new victim. Sometimes we found multiple victims in one day. For over a week, somebody knows somebody knows somebody knows somebody, and it just kept growing and growing and growing and getting bigger by the day. His usual MO, we figured out by reading all of these messages, was he would message girls and talk about star signs, talk about the fact that they had blue eyes and big boobs and a gothic alternative style. That seems to be his usual go-to pickup line, if you can call it that. And one of the other female victims that we had found that he had harassed online, I didn't know her. He met her after we'd broken up, and when he met her, she was 15 or 16 years old. And he reached out to her again a year or two later when she might have been 17, and he went on and on and on and on about how he was in love with her, and at this point he was nearly 10 years older than her, and she was younger than my sister, younger than his sister, college age, and he was a grown man. And he said to her all of these very graphic, descriptive sexual things that he wanted to do to her. And she said, "I am too young for you. You are too old for me. You are scaring me." And he persisted and sent her probably 100 messages. And then he sent her pictures of his penis. And then he sent her pictures of his face. And she had ignored him on Facebook, so then he started messaging her on different apps. And I had to read all of these messages. And I had to see all of these pictures. And I threw up. I vomited. I collapsed to the floor and I screamed, and I was not... How can you talk to somebody like that? How dare you? How could you talk to a young girl like that? And she was scared, and you knew that, and you kept doing it anyway. And the police have seen this. And the other victims have seen this, so if he wants to sue me, he can go ahead. I would love to take this to a judge. I would love to include them in this video, for everybody to see. I would love to print them off and send them to his parents. If they want to see them, they can. Because I had to. By the end of it, we'd found at least 12. And there are definitely going to be more out there that we couldn't find. These are just the ones that we knew. And like I said, I did not handle all of this very well at all. Every single day I was throwing up, couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, crying, breaking down, didn't want to particularly be alive anymore. I couldn't go through this. And the only thing that made it easier was knowing that I had the support of the people around me that were also going through it too. We could all help and support each other, and if I was trying to help them, then I didn't have to focus on my own problems. It kind of took my mind off of it. We just lifted each other up, and I don't think I could have got through it without their support. Every single one of these people, I said to them, "I'm going to the police. You can come along if you want to. You are welcome to join me, but there is no pressure. I understand. I didn't want to go to the police for a long time. It's a scary situation, so if you don't want to go to the police, that is completely fine and totally understandable, and I will support you either way. If you want to go to the police and you don't want to be by yourself, I will go with you. I will meet you at the police station and I will stay with you if that's what you want me to do. You're not going to be alone in this." Nobody was forced to report him if they didn't want to, but almost all of them said, "I don't want to go to the station. Just pass the police my information and ask them to call me. And if they want my information and it can help in your case, then I'm willing to do that." So I met the girl from college at the police station, and we brought everything to the police. All of it. We brought everything. So the police agreed that they would arrest him and bring him in for questioning. And when he was released, they sent me this text. He admitted the harassment against both of them and states that he won't make the same mistakes in the future. He states that he simply thinks he is being friendly with people and does not realize at the time that he may be causing them to feel harassed, alarmed, or distressed. Given all the evidence we have, the sexual assault on yourself is unfortunately going to be filed with no further action being taken due to evidential difficulties. However, in terms of the harassment against the other two, he has been issued with a caution. He has never been in trouble with the police before, so this has been deemed to be an appropriate way of dealing with matters up to this point. I hope that makes sense. It doesn't really, because what do you mean he hasn't been in trouble with the police before? I reported him at least twice, and I know that the other girl from college reported him once. What do you mean he thought that he was just being friendly and he didn't realise that he was scaring anybody? He was threatening to kill them. And I had my medical records from the day that I saw the nurses from the first time that he assaulted me. How is that not enough evidence for the police to act on it? What do you mean you're letting him go and not taking it further? Like, how is that not enough for you? And a few days after that, the girl from New York messaged me. And previously, when I'd asked her if he had contacted her recently, and I said, we don't know each other, but have you heard from this man? And she said, no, the last time I spoke to him was 6 years ago in New York, and we had one conversation. She messaged me after he was released and said, he has just messaged me. He has just messaged me just now saying that he's going to take me into the woods at the local dam and film us having sex and send it to my boyfriend. You were just arrested and you're committing the exact same crime again as soon as you're released. He was clearly proving that he did not care what the police said because he was just going to keep doing it anyway despite being arrested. And I decide I need to contact his other two ex-girlfriends, the one before me and the one after me, because they deserve to know what's going on. And I tell them exactly what's been happening, and they both said he sexually hurt me as well. Even though I felt like I didn't deserve justice because I still hated myself and I still blamed myself, I knew that they deserved justice. Even though it was the exact same crime. When it was happening to them, they deserved justice. When it was happening to me, I didn't. And they both were happy to talk to the police. But they didn't want to do it alone. One of them actually moved to a completely different country and was still scared of him after not having contact with him for 10 years. So he had always been like this. And the whole time I thought, he used to be so good and he'll get back to who he used to be. He was like this way before me. I thought maybe I brought out the worst side in him and that he was fine until we got together, and I'm sure his family thought that too. He has always been like this. The old version of him that I thought he could get back to eventually didn't exist. He was always committing crimes against women before he committed them to me. His latest girlfriend then remembered that he had sent her a message on Instagram a while ago where he confessed to her that he knew that I didn't want to have sex with him, but that he said we should do it anyway. Which is a confession. That is a confession. And she said, I will bring this to the police. He then told her that I was a pest in his life when I had not reached out and contacted him since the breakup. Apparently I was the problem. All of his friends that were no longer his friends spoke to me, and they said the reason that we stopped talking to you is because he told us that you had been cheating on him. He told our old college classmates that he had caught me cheating on him with his friend Billy, who they didn't know, and then he told his other friends that didn't know our college classmates that he caught me cheating on him with Owen. And to me, that is calculated. He had to put a lot of thought into making sure he didn't tell the wrong person the wrong thing. He had to remember who he had said what to and made sure that they didn't overlap and made sure he didn't tell somebody something that they could easily disprove. So he was really trying hard and going out of his way to make sure that his lies weren't found out. Nobody contacted me and asked if that was true. Nobody gave me a chance to explain myself or wanted to hear my side of the story. And now all these people wanted my help. And I gave it to them. I helped them anyway, because it was the right thing to do. But they weren't there when I needed them to be. And he then told some other people that I didn't know, people that he had met after we'd broken up, that he caught me in bed with a strange man in Greece. It was a whole thing that I didn't travel, and he hated me for the fact that I didn't travel, and now he's telling people that I travelled with him. At least make the lie believable. If you're gonna tell people that you caught me cheating on you, why would you say that I did it in a country that I've never been to in my life? He was the one slandering my reputation. And remember, his mum came to my house that time and said I couldn't talk to people about it because I would ruin his reputation. I'm going insane. And if he had never hurt anybody else, if he had left me alone, if he had walked away, he probably would have got away with what he did to me, because I never would have gone to the police. I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't have found out from all the others that he'd done this to them too. If he had just gone away and never committed another crime after we had broken up, he would have got away with what he did to me and would never have been caught because I would have let him go. When I spoke to the police, they said, "Who did you tell about this? Who was the first person that you spoke to?" And I said, "My best friend, who I have not spoken to in years." And they said, "Well, we're going to need a statement from her, so can you contact her and ask her to talk to us?" And I was like, isn't that your job? Isn't it the police's job to collect evidence and to find witnesses and victims? Why is it me? Why am I the one having to contact everybody and get their contact information and ask them to talk to you? Why can't you follow the leads that I've given you? So I had to message her, and she agreed to talk to the police because she wanted to help. When I told her all the things that he had done and the things that he was saying to these girls, and I explained how all of these girls had blue eyes, big boobs, tattoos or piercings, or had a bit of an alternative vibe, kind of like her, it seemed that his type was her. She said, "I've just remembered something. This anonymous account messaged me on Snapchat when you guys were in a relationship, and whoever this person was wanted to talk to me about star signs, and they complimented my blue eyes, big boobs, tattoos, and alternative style, and they asked if we could meet up for sex. And when I refused, because I didn't know who this was, they said, 'We do know each other. We're not supposed to be talking in this way. If we get caught, we're going to get in trouble. If we meet up, it has to be a secret.' It might have not been those exact same words, but it was something like that. And she said she didn't really think too hard about it at the time because she would get strange messages from strange men all the time. But this person returned as soon as me and him had broken up. As soon as I was single, this guy messaged her again. And again, she wouldn't meet him because he wouldn't tell her who he was, but he did say that they knew each other. And he did have all of the exact same pickup lines as my ex was using on all the other girls. So I'm not saying that he tried to cheat on me with my best friend, but I can't prove that he didn't. Now I was seeing all of our memories differently. All the times that he had filmed us trying on different clothes for my YouTube channel, and we went to the beach and we were wearing our swimsuits, and one time we all took a nap together, and another time we were all in her boyfriend's hot tub and he dared us to kiss each other. And I was now remembering everything very differently. While I was looking for other victims, I remembered that there is a local Facebook group where women can post about dangerous men to warn other women, and I contacted them. And I said, "I don't suppose you've had any reports about this man? Because I'm trying to find other victims, and I think people probably won't go to the police because they think they're alone with it, and maybe if they hear that there are a lot of us, they might come with us to the police. So has anybody reported this man to you?" And they said no, but we would like to post about him. We would like to share a post warning people about him. And the other victims that I'd spoken to thought that was a good idea. And I said, fine, okay, you do what you want to do. I'm not going to stop you. So they posted on Facebook about him, and they named him, and they put a picture of him, and they said, if there's anybody else that this man has hurt, please come forward because the police are investigating. And then the girl running the group told me that one of his family members had contacted her and told her that she had to remove the post because otherwise he would kill himself and it would be her fault, and that it's okay, he's not a predator, he's not a bad person, he's not a danger to women, he just has ADHD, and once it's treated he'll go back to normal, as if that makes everything fine. And she wasn't going to remove the post. She wasn't going to, but I said, look, I've had his family at my house before. You don't want to deal with that, trust me. And so she said, I will delete it for you. And she removed the post. Apparently at some point around then, another Facebook group that was an undercover paedophile hunting group posted about him. And I had nothing to do with that. I never saw it. I've heard about it from other people that saw the post. I did not see the post with my own eyes, and I can't find any evidence of it anywhere. So I don't know what that post was. But usually these Facebook groups create fake profiles of underage girls and wait for predatory men and paedophiles to contact them and arrange to meet up with them for sex. So then the men show up when the paedophile thinks he's meeting a child, and they catch him and say, this man is trying to meet a child for sex. But apparently they posted about him, and I don't know what they posted about him because, like I said, I didn't see it. I didn't know if I should believe it. Like, I'd heard it from a couple of people that they saw this post, and I didn't know that I should believe it. I didn't want to believe it. However, it did remind me of something terrible that I have been putting off talking about and that I should have mentioned earlier but didn't. I turned a blind eye when he told me that he had done something truly terrible. Because the hypnotist said that he had OCD and he was having these intrusive thoughts that were out of his control, I didn't think that anything he said and the paranoid thoughts he was having and the things that he believed were real, and I didn't think he was going to act on them. And some of these thoughts were about underage girls, and obviously that concerned me, but I believed he was just ill because that's what the hypnotist had said, that he can't control these thoughts, they're just thoughts, nothing more than that, he won't act on them, he's actually less likely to act on them than anybody, and it's just his OCD and he will get better. And one day he confessed to me that he had shown his penis to underage girls on the internet. And I didn't want to believe that this was happening during our relationship because he never gave me a specific time or date that this happened. He just said that it had happened. And when you love somebody, you don't automatically assume the very worst thing. You just hope, please let it be the least bad thing possible. So when he told me that he had done that, I didn't automatically assume that this was during our relationship when he was 18 and above. I assumed that this had happened before we were together, when he was 16 or 17. And I assumed that when he said these girls were underage, they must have been 15. The legal age of consent in England is 16, and at 18 you're an adult. I didn't think a 17-year-old and a 15-year-old having an intimate online relationship was as bad as an adult doing it, because 17 is not technically an adult, and it sounds like I'm making excuses here, and I'm not trying to make excuses, but this is what I thought at the time, when I was a teenager. I just thought if he was 17 and he was talking to a girl who was 15, technically, yes, she would have been underage, but that was the same age gap for us. I was 15 when he was 17. I didn't know him at that point. I didn't meet him until a year later, but that was the same age difference for us, so I didn't think it was bad. He never told me that the girl was 15 or that he was 17. I just automatically assumed the least worst option because I didn't want to believe this was happening during our relationship. I wanted to believe that this had happened a long time ago before we were together. So he said, technically, I am a paedophile. And I said, no, you're not. You haven't done anything wrong. And he said I showed my penis to underage girls. And I continued to do it knowing that they were underage. And I said, you're just being paranoid about something that happened a long time ago. You were a teenager, you weren't an adult. A paedophile to me is an adult, and you weren't 18, so you weren't an adult. And I assumed that these girls had consented to what was going on. I never considered that he had done this non-consensually to these girls back at the time when he admitted this to me. But now, seeing that this paedophile hunting group had got involved, I started to think about these messages very differently. Because what if he had been doing that while he was a grown adult? What if he'd confessed to me and it'd been right there under my nose the whole time and I completely didn't notice and I had ignored it and didn't want to believe it, and I was in love with and dating and almost married a paedophile, and I kept making excuses and pretending it wasn't true for his mental health's sake, because I couldn't hold him accountable for being mentally ill. It's not his fault. So I struggled to come to terms with that, and luckily I was talking to a psychologist at the time and I was on medication, but nothing was strong enough to get me through that. I just felt like I had allowed this to happen. And I mean, I hadn't committed any crimes, but I didn't stop him from committing any. But that was going to change. I wasn't going to allow that to happen again. He was not going to commit any more crimes on my watch. I was going to get this man off the street. Because only I had these messages and these screenshots, and only I could do something about it. It had to be me. And I wish that it wasn't. I wish that it didn't have to be me. I wish that this wasn't on me to do. I wish that I didn't have to do that. I wish someone else could have took over. But I was the only one that had the evidence. So I sent the police those messages, and I said, look, I don't know if he's a paedophile. I don't want to accuse him of something that he might not be. He could just be ill. But you need to know that he has said these things. And they said, right, we're going to arrest him again, and we're going to search his house and take all of his electronic devices. And because his other ex had that confession where he had said to her that he knew I didn't want to do it, they reopened the case for what he had done to me as well. While we were waiting for the police to arrest him again, because they didn't treat this as an urgent arrest for some reason, he started to post on his own Facebook page threats saying that he was going to kill people and kill himself, and he brought up the paedophile hunting group thing, so it must be true. I'll just read them to you. Honestly, life and humanity can take a giant sniff of my shitty finger. I think you're all a load of bollocks, and I'll admit you've won in making me want to die. Honestly, I'm ready. Come beat me up or kill me. I'm ready for my end. Again, fuck the charity and your shitty undercover operation with the paedophile thing. It's not real, you're just weird. Stop suddenly turning your head and passing a comment if I find a girlfriend. I'll actually give you a massive fucking walloping slap. It'll not feel nice. Even a simple tap from me is like being hit by an ox. You wouldn't like that on full pelt, would you? Imagine that. As you wouldn't like most of the other things I'll do to you if you annoy me. It can ruin lives intruding on someone's business, so mind it, or you'll know it from me and never forget it. I'll haunt your nightmares. I'm sorry, love, but my love life is none of your fucking business, pal. Or lass. Fuck off being an annoying cunt and go actually be useful somewhere else. I'll give you the clap of thunder for being an intrusive motherfucker. Got nothing better to do, fucking freak. If I'm with a woman, she's mine. Unless she says otherwise. Eat shit or I'll make you eat mine. You'd love that, wouldn't you? Swallowing a big, massive, tasty shit from me. Wouldn't that do it for you, you cunt? Yeah, it would. You'd love it. Treat yourself to it sometime, you silly creature. Treat someone how you want to be treated, you silly cunt, or you will feel the wrath of me. Like, if I was born for anything, it was probably killing myself or getting killed. I'll find a way if you don't. You've got me arrested, you've got me messaging my exes, you've probably killed my cat, and all for what? Probably nothing. You're just a cunt. Or cunts. Fucking vermin. If you find me, kill me, put me out of my misery, pay someone to do it for you. Then, will you quietly go and fuck my mum and new child while I get left to bleed and die? Because she definitely doesn't want me. Told me to do it silently. So you've heard the call. Do it when I don't expect it and put everyone out of their misery. I'm sorry, but I will find someone and be happy one day, world. I know you don't fucking like it, but I will get there one day. So fucking what if you were amazing and great and got everything you wanted before I did? I mean, who gives a fuck? It'll be me telling you to kill yourselves next, because all people seem to have is hate towards me. Well, good for you. At least I'm better fucking looking. God bless the woman who finds and loves me for who I am. Fuck you. Fuck off, eat my eat, and die. I'll find happiness, motherfuckers. You can't take me down. It's literally impossible. I'm an animal from another world. I'll find love, and I hate you so much. Don't do anything, I guess, wrong most of the time. It's just you. Stop trying to make me angry with sex stuff, you weirdos. Who gives a shit? I'll find all that when I want to. It's not about you. Slither off back to your dirty family or something. I don't like you. Like, it's so childish. You want to make me mad by having sex? I don't understand. Sex is supposed to be something you both enjoy and not used for revenge. Fuck me, must have done something funny. God, it's always about sex with you people. And saying no to me. When I haven't even done or usually said a fucking thing. Honestly. They thought I was the drama starting Aquarius, but fuck me, I'm starting to think it's all you who are just fucked up. It's your problems always getting hurled at me, you stupid weird cunts. These are clearly, obviously, the ramblings of somebody that is not mentally well. And I know that. But mental illness does not make you a criminal. Mental illness does not give you a get out of jail free card, and it does not mean that it's okay for you to do and say these things. So they went to rearrest him again for the second time. They called me that morning and said, right, we're on our way to his mum's house. He's going to be arrested. We'll call you later with an update. And some time passed, and I got a text from the police saying, do you know where his dad lives? Because he is not here. He is not at his mum's house. Shouldn't you guys know this? Shouldn't you have a database of people and where they live? Didn't you arrest him a month ago and you didn't track where he was living? You didn't find out where you think he might be? Why am I again doing the police's job for them? Like, why don't you know where he is? So they found his dad's address and they went there, and I waited and waited and waited, and then I got another call. The police wanted to come over to my house with an update, so I let them in. And they sat down on the sofa. And they said, we are not allowed to arrest him. And I said, what do you mean you are not allowed? You are the police. You decide what is and isn't allowed. You are not allowed to arrest him. What does that mean? And they said, well, we know where he is, but he's not at his mum's house and he's not at his dad's house. He is somewhere else, but he is not well enough to be arrested. And I said, he's in a mental hospital, isn't he? And the police looked at each other like, how did she figure that out? And then they said, we're not allowed to disclose his location or any private information. And I said, he's in a hospital. He's got to be in a hospital because that's the only thing that makes sense. And they said, we're going to keep checking in with his dad to find out when he is going to be fit for arrest, but it might take a while. But we're going to check in with him every so often. And I said, great, so his parents know that the police are coming. He's going to know that as soon as he is released from hospital, he's going to be arrested, so he's going to drag it out, and his parents are going to have time to get him a lawyer. Great, 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 perfect, great. And eventually they arrested him again. His lawyer told him to say no comment to everything. So he did not cooperate, and he was released on bail. The police then told me that they had lost my evidence. Technical difficulties, they said. Luckily, I had that file with everybody's name and everybody's evidence in it, so I had backups of everything so I could bring it to them. How do you lose all of my evidence? The police asked me to do a recorded video victim statement. So they picked me up and they drove me to the police station, and I had to sit in a room with a camera in the ceiling and microphones in the walls. And I had to tell them everything from beginning to end, the same way that I have just told you. And the tapes that they use to record these statements can only record for a certain amount of time. So I think it was maybe 3 or 4 hours in, the tape ran out and we had to stop and put a new one in and continue. And they kept saying, do you want to take a break? We've been talking for hours. Do you want a drink? Do you want food? And I just kept saying no. I just need to talk and talk and talk and talk until it's all out. And there were children's toys sprawled out on the floor as if the person that had been in there before me giving a victim statement was a child. I couldn't imagine the things that have been said in that room and the things that these officers have heard. Obviously, I didn't want to be doing this. Nobody chooses to go through this process for fun. I wasn't going through this as a laugh. I would rather not have had to do this, but I had no choice anymore. In the interview, the police asked the normal questions. What were you wearing? How did he put you into that position? Why didn't you run? Why didn't you scream for help? Were you drunk? How were you sat? How were you laid down? What position were you in? Can you recreate that? Can you explain how he unzipped his trousers? Can you explain why you got off the bed and into the chair? And they were asking normal questions, and I was able to answer them all. And at the end of the interview, the officer said, we have never seen anybody talk for so long, so easily about something like this. Usually people break down and need a break or can't talk for very long about it and can't remember certain details, but you remember everything. And we've never ever had that happen before. I've never seen that happen before, and they never said if that was a good thing. I hope it was a good thing. And bail can only last for a certain amount of time. I think it's maybe a couple of months. But the police considered him to be an ongoing danger, so they kept extending it. So every time his bail came to an end, the police contacted the court and said, please extend it, we can't let this man go. So the court would extend it, and again, and again, and they kept extending it, until eventually the court said, you've had enough extensions, that's enough, we're going to have to let him off. So after a number of months, almost a year, he was then let off bail. And I asked the police, how long is this this going to take? Like, how long am I going to be going through this? And they said it's going to be a couple of years because there is so much evidence and so many victims, and he's not cooperating. He's not denying it, but he's not confessing to it either. So you're going to be waiting a long time. And they also said that his mum says that he is in a mental hospital and he is not well because of me. Because I am ganging up on him with my friends, in her words, apparently, according to the police. So the police said, you are not allowed to talk to the other victims. All the witnesses, you can't talk to anybody, because his defense will say that you are colluding and ganging up on him, and apparently that is a crime. To want to connect with people that have gone through the same crime as you from the same person is apparently not allowed. So all these people that I had found and that I promised to be there for, the people that I promised to support, the people that were supporting me, the people that I had gone out of my way to find and promised I will be there for you every step of the way, you are not alone. I had to disappear. I wasn't even allowed to tell them why I was disappearing. And I asked the police, am I supposed to lie? Do you expect me to lie to these people? And they said, no, you don't have to lie if they ask the right questions, but you can't be going out of your way to contact them. So the only way that I would have been able to talk to them is if I passed them in the street. I didn't see anybody. For 2 years, I was not allowed to talk about it to anybody. And I was on my own, and they were on their own. I finally had people that believed me and had gone through it, and that was torn away from me because of one thing his mum said. His mum used to complain to me and my ex how much she hated her mother-in-law, because apparently her mother-in-law would say horrible things about her and never defended her when her son did things wrong and acting like she wasn't good enough for her son. I wish I could relate to that. That sounds very interesting. I was in such a bad state that I couldn't work. I couldn't really afford to keep living in my own place. I needed the support of my family all the time. And so I decided to move back in with my parents. But he knows where my parents live, so I wouldn't come back until they installed CCTV around the outside of the house. Not because it's going to stop him from coming here and stabbing me to death, but at least it will catch him when he's leaving the crime scene and I'm already dead. You hear about it all the time, women murdered for daring to talk out about their ex. And that could have been me. It could still be me. He could still show up here and kill me for doing this. And I don't feel protected. The only thing the police could do was say, we'll flag your name and your phone number and address as an emergency, so if ever you called us in an emergency, we'll know that it's a real emergency. But that's all they could do. Because of everything going on, the domestic abuse charity from before assigned a caseworker to me, and I have to meet them every so often, and they offer me support and advice, and they really try and help me understand the process, and they're advocating for me and trying to fight for me against the system that is working against me. His bail restrictions were essentially, you can leave the country if you want, we're not taking your passport, you can do what you want to do, just don't talk to the victims, that's it. Don't commit any crimes, don't harass anybody. Whereas I had all these rules on me of don't talk to this person, you can't do that, you can't say this. Why did I have rules as a victim? Why was I given rules? Why did I feel like I had been the one that had broken the law? Why was I treated like a criminal? They never told me if they found anything on his devices. They did tell me that I didn't have to worry about him messaging people on Facebook anymore because they were taking his phone. And then a week later he was messaging people on Facebook, so he just got another phone. I can't believe that this has been my life. This is my real life. It doesn't feel real. It feels like I'm in a nightmare. Since he was saying no comment to everything, they had to really investigate. It would have been easier if he had just confessed, and I hoped that because of the evidence that we had, he would have just admitted it and saved everybody's time and saved police resources, and then we wouldn't have had to have gone to court because he would have admitted it, and I wouldn't have had to go and sit in front of a judge, and I wouldn't have to tell everybody my entire sex life from beginning to end, and I wouldn't have to be here today. If he wanted to avoid this, he could have just confessed. And I mean, he still can confess. Nothing is stopping him from calling the police tonight and telling them, I did that and I'm ready to take accountability for it. And if he genuinely thinks that he is a good person and that he is doing the right thing, then he will confess. And I'm not going to believe that he is well until he takes accountability for what he's done. I will not believe that this is a mentally well person that should be allowed out around people, because either he is so unwell, he is not recognising that what he is doing is a crime, and that makes him dangerous. Or he is well, and he has recognised that what he is doing is a crime, and is choosing to ignore that and continue to do it anyway, which is also dangerous. So either way, I would appreciate if he just confessed, because then I wouldn't have to make this video. And like I said, he can still do that. I started to kind of mini vlog record my thoughts on the entire process, because my brain was just overloaded with so much information. I started to forget important details. So anytime the police came to my house and said something to me, I would record myself repeating that so that I would remember it later. And eventually these vlogs just kept going on and on and on. So I decided to just keep recording myself, and for about a year I was recording every update and every thought that I had. So the next part of this video is going to be that. The police just came to my house and they said that because I told the doctors that I wasn't assaulted, because technically I gave in after he threatened me and blackmailed me and coerced me for 2 hours, that's in his favour, so he can use that as evidence against me. And I'm the one that told the police to go and get that evidence in the first place, because I thought it would help me to have the medical records that show that my vagina was swollen and bruised. They said that he's been investigated for schizophrenia. I told him to get therapy. We were together so many times, and he would always say, my mum won't let me, my parents won't let me. So I'm angry at them, and I hope that they feel guilt, because this is partially their fault. And I hope they know that, and I hope that they have to live with that for the rest of their lives, and I'm so fucking angry. So angry. So the police did tell me 2 months ago that they had sent my case to CPS, the Crown Prosecution Service, and that they were waiting to hear back. Turns out they have not sent it yet. Why are they lying? I feel like I've done their job for them so many times. I just got an email from the court, and it is 20 days before Christmas now. I'm very shaky. I don't know if you can tell from the video, but my hands are really shaking. They said that they've finally received the evidence from the police, and it has to go through 2 stages. The first one is they have to look at the evidence and decide whether there is enough evidence for it to go to court. And then if it passes that stage, then it gets to the second stage. And the second stage is whether it's in the public interest. It wouldn't be in the public interest if he had already been serving time for a previous crime and this sentence wouldn't add or take away anything from his previous one, or if it could be settled out of court. But I don't think something on this level could be, but I won't know for another 28 days or so. I guess I'll know before the new year. I've heard that he was hospitalised during the time that they couldn't arrest him, the end of 2 years ago. And I assumed anyway, because when they tried to arrest him, they said, we know where he is, we're just not allowed to arrest him because he's not well. And I said, he's in a mental hospital, isn't he? But it turns out he was, which I suspected, and he was in there for a couple of months, but they weren't allowed, apparently, to treat him. Apparently, he can't have any treatment until the investigation is finished, which I don't agree is a good thing. I want them to help him. I want him to be treated, and I want him to get better. I'm really sad. I'm sad for him and for his family, and I don't know why, because when I was struggling with my mental health, they were not sad for me. If I had killed myself because of the things that he did to me, they would not care. They would not be sorry for my family, for their loss. They have never once apologized for how he made me feel, and they think that I should just have stayed quiet and put up with my mental illnesses that he's caused because it would make their lives easier for them. And for him, I feel bad for them, because if he goes to jail, they're losing their son. They wouldn't have cared if my family lost their daughter. I'm trying so hard not to cry. I shouldn't care about him or them And I wish that I didn't. I wish I could lie and pretend that I don't and just say, no, I don't care what happens to him. I just can't. And it would make my life so much easier if I could. Because that's how they've always treated me. I just hate being in this situation. I hope they don't think that I'm having a good time, that I'm enjoying myself, and that I want to be in this situation, because I don't. I don't want to be dealing with this. I used to be so trusting, a soft person, and I don't think I can be any of those things again. It's not because I don't want to be, it's because I can't. Now I'm constantly angry. I'm angry all the time. And I don't trust anybody. And I'm just a hard shell. And I miss who I used to be, but I don't want to be vulnerable ever again. Well, today it finally happened, and my mental health landed me in hospital. I've got my cool hospital bracelet on, and they keep blaming my mental breakdowns on stress caused by the case. And I don't think anything can fix it. They're going to increase the dosage of my antidepressants, so I'll be taking more. And they want me to go back to therapy, but I've had so many different types of therapy in my life, and nothing ever works. And all the doctors and therapists keep saying, it's all because of the case, it's because of this ongoing police investigation. Anybody going through a rape case would react this way and have mental breakdowns. They say they see these things all the time in these situations, so maybe they're right. I'm at that point where I'm too depressed to cry. I just feel awful. We're currently in the middle of February 2023, and I still haven't heard back from the court yet about if he's going to be charged, what he would be charged with, whether they're going to continue with the case or throw it out. And they've had the case since the start of December, so 2.5 months ago. That's how long I've been waiting. And I'm still waiting, and I'm not sure that I'm going to get an answer anytime soon. In fact, I've been waiting longer than that, because the police told me originally that they'd sent the court my case back in October, and it turned out that they hadn't. They just lied. So I've been waiting since then, and I originally pressed charges against him in the middle of July 2021, and we're now in February 2023, so it's been a long time. And the first time I called the police to report him was April 2020. So I've been dealing with the police for nearly 3 years. The police have just left my house. Basically, the court have said his defense will be that I'm the jealous ex, that I slept with him because I didn't want anyone else to. I fell out with my friends because he got a new girlfriend and I was jealous. You stayed with him after he choked you because you didn't want anyone else to have him. And he's never denied it. He's never said, I didn't do it. He said no comment to everything. The court have decided that they are not putting me forward. This is just gonna cement in his brain that he can get away with it, which is what he's been bragging about. I can appeal, but it might get thrown out again. If it went to court and they said that I was jealous and crazy, then he could be found not guilty, and that could be worse. My case wouldn't be able to be used if he did this to someone else. If another girl came forward in a few years, they couldn't say, well, he's done this before, because he would have been found not guilty. Whereas if my case is dropped because of insufficient evidence, then that doesn't mean he didn't do it. That doesn't mean he was found not guilty, and that could potentially be used to help someone in the future. There are other victims that have gone to the police, and we're all going together, and their case is potentially going forward. And I'm the only one that has physical evidence. They don't. So if I drop out, they're on their own, and they could potentially drop out, and that would be completely fair, and I would understand that, because I was scared to go through it by myself. If I decide to appeal, they might say, okay, fine, you can come to court and I might win. But having read the 6 or 8 pages that I've just had to read, where the court has picked holes in everything that I said. For example, when he first coerced me, he said to me, you've led me on by coming here and making me believe something was going to happen. If you sleep with me, I'll be your boyfriend. If you don't sleep with me, I'm going to go sleep with someone else. I'm going to drop out of college because I feel embarrassed. And you don't want me to feel embarrassed, do you? Until I gave in. I was too scared to say no. But they've only picked up on the part where he said, if you sleep with me, I'll be your boyfriend. And if not, I'll sleep with someone else. So they've picked a hole in that and said, so you slept with him because you wanted him to be your boyfriend and because you were jealous and scared that he was going to be with someone else. Completely ignoring everything else that I said. I know that right now I look fine. I don't feel fine. And I don't know what to do. I've got 3 months to make a decision. Today is the next day. I've decided that I'm going to try and talk to a lawyer, knowing that he probably will do this again and we're just sitting around waiting for it to happen. Like, why the fuck is this how the system works? They said that one of the other victims who has no evidence is in a better position than me because there is no evidence for the court to poke holes in and question and try and make excuses for, which is insane. I'm not okay right now. I am not okay. And I never once messaged him after we broke up. He messaged me on Instagram, Facebook, email, Snapchat. I'm apparently the jealous ex. I really don't know what to say. This whole thing is absolutely fucked. Police have seen the messages where he said to a girl, "I'm a serial killer, but nobody has caught me yet." I sent the police messages where he said, "I am a paedophile," and nothing can be done. Nothing can be done. It's been 2 weeks since the police left my house. I have 3 months to make a decision, but I'm currently leaning more towards reviewing it because there's still a chance. And I don't want the last 3 years that I've been going through this to have been for nothing. The thing that's really worrying me is there was a text message that he sent to one of the other victims. When I originally reported him to the police and decided to press charges on sexual assault, the police threw my case out and they said there isn't enough evidence. But when one of the other victims came forward with that text, which was essentially a confession, the police reopened the case and said, yes, finally we have enough evidence. But when they were at my house 2 weeks ago, they said that in the text, because he says didn't want to do it, rather than sex, he said it might not be usable in court. So the main piece of evidence, the thing that encouraged them to reopen the case in the first place, might not be usable. And the police said, we can all see that this is a confession, that he is confessing here to doing the crime, but the court might not see it that way. There was a lot of evidence that I brought to the police when I first reported him. I had stacks of evidence. I printed everything out. I had digital copies on my phone that I emailed to them, videos, everything. And the police went through it all and said, you can't use that. It was too long ago. You can't use that. Just because he said he did it to somebody else doesn't prove that he did it to you. You can't use that. Like, they started taking out parts of the evidence. So there is a lot that the court and the judge and the jury will never see and never know about that I've seen and that the police have seen. But that is the way that it works, apparently. That's how the law in England works. And I looked into getting a private lawyer for myself, but all the lawyers are only for defending the accused, not for the victim. So I called a couple of them and I asked, where can I get a lawyer to defend me, the victim? And they all said to me, in the UK, you can only get the lawyer that the court assigns to you if you even get that far. And I haven't got that far, so I'm not allowed to have a lawyer. I can't hire my own because apparently they don't exist. So anyway, I'm going to go through these letters that the police gave to me, explaining why they made the decision not to send it to CPS. Thank you for informing the police about what happened to you between 2015 to 2018. It was 2014, not 2015. We consider all the available evidence thoroughly and unfortunately have come to the decision that there is insufficient evidence to refer your case to CPS. I already got an email in December from CPS saying it had been referred. He persuaded you into it by telling you that if you did not want to have sex with him, then he would have sex with someone else. While I acknowledge that this experience must have been traumatizing and does include elements of coercion, the persuasion used by the suspect is not sufficient to amount to a threat which is capable of removing your freedom to consent. It is clear that the suspect pressured you into making a decision. However, in the circumstances you provided during this occasion, it would not be sufficient for a jury to believe beyond all reasonable doubt that you had not consented and that the suspect did not reasonably believe that you consented. So they're saying you gave in to have sex with him because he told you he was going to have sex with someone else, completely ignoring everything else that I told them he'd said to me before that, which this letter does not even pick up on. Then it explains about how I told my doctor that I wasn't assaulted, but I told them that because I was scared that if I told them the truth, that he would get angry at me for telling the truth And back then, when I was just turned 17, I didn't know that coerced consent is not real consent. I blamed myself, but I still had the wounds consistent of someone that had been assaulted. Like, I was swollen and bruised. You say that you pretended to enjoy the sex, but you didn't, and would make bets with him in order to trick him into doing it faster. You explain how he would become angry and refuse to speak with you if you did not want to have sex. Whilst this is not a healthy, respectful relationship and there was some coercion by the suspect, the defence will be able to suggest that the suspect had reasonable belief in your consent as you chose to remain in the relationship. You state that there were occasions when you asked the suspect to stop, but the suspect continued anyway. You were unable to provide detailed accounts of this. Gaps in memory are often a sign of trauma, in addition to the passage of time, and this is not your fault. However, you were able to remember other occasions. You explained that you asked him to stop because your legs hurt, but he covered your mouth and continued while you cried. However, you also stated that the suspect would make sexual comments and you would play along. You also told the suspect that you enjoyed him being aggressive with you. So they're basically saying that I enjoy forceful sex. That doesn't mean I want it from anybody and everybody. Do you enjoy sex? Does that mean you automatically want it from anybody and everybody? And yes, there were times when I thought if I play along or make bets with him, I bet you can't finish in less than 5 minutes, or would say the things he wanted to hear, it would get it over with quickly so that the pain would end. But he can argue that because I played along, he believed that I was into it. He knows that when I said no 100 times, then said yes on the 101 time, that I didn't want to do it, but I gave in after he kept begging me to. You feel that the suspect then harassed you after the relationship ended by looking at your social media. You were not able to block him due to your job. Again, that is not true. I blocked him and he created new accounts. And then he used his friend's account. And then he used his dad's account. And then he made anonymous accounts. You advised us of a potential witness. A statement was taken from them where they explained that you ended their friendship because the suspect had started a new relationship with their friend. The defense will be able to cast doubt in the minds of the jury regarding the motivation for your allegations. So basically, they're saying there that I ended a friendship because I'm just jealous that he got a new girlfriend after me. So I'm still really pissed. I'm still really angry. And I'm still trying to decide whether I should appeal. I can't just walk away and have the last few years be for nothing. I just can't do that. A few more weeks have passed and I was talking to the caseworker from the domestic abuse charity that represents me, and they also think that I should appeal and use my right to review to ask the police to get someone else to review the case in case that gives the court a second opinion and encourages them to change their mind. So we were asking the police whether we could meet with them and ask a few questions first, like the text. If I can use that in court, I'm quite convinced that people will see that and know that that is a confession. But if I can't use that, if the police, like they said when they were here a couple of weeks ago, that the court might not see it that way, if they say you can't use that in court, then if I appeal, I don't have his confession. It's just my word against his. So if I'm going to be likely to lose, I won't appeal. I needed to ask the police, can I use this? Can I not use this? And I told the police that if I don't appeal, I would speak publicly. I wouldn't say his name. I wouldn't use any pictures of his face. I wouldn't say who he was, and I wouldn't encourage anybody to find him either. But speaking out would mean I can finally share my story after being scared into silence for the past 5 years. People would then know if he came to my house and killed me, that the threat was always there and that the police had let me down. It would kind of help other people who are going through the same situation as me to feel not alone. So I really want to, share my story, but I wanted to make sure with the police what I am and what I'm not allowed to say. I don't want to say anything that would be used against me later if he was to complain about me to the police. I want them to tell me what I am and am not allowed to say, but they refused to meet us. They did say that I could actually talk to the other victims now, so I've kind of ghosted them for 3 years and not been able to give them any update. So after the police left my house the other week, I was finally able to talk to them again. They said they'll support me whatever I decide to do, whether I appeal or not, they'll support me. But they did say that he had tried to contact them again last summer, despite them reporting him to the police, so he must not know who exactly has reported him. And they showed me some pictures of what he looks like now, all these years later, and I don't recognize him. If I saw him in the street, I wouldn't know who that is. He just looks like a completely different person. It scares me. I see his face all the time in strangers. I'll be walking down the street or driving in a car and see another car passing by and the driver looks like him, or a man in a crowd looks like him. I feel my heart stop. Like, it really scares me. I feel like I freeze and jump. But now I realize he doesn't even look like that anymore. And I don't know if that's scarier. It makes me feel really concerned about him. Like, I'm really worried about his mental health, and I shouldn't be. And I hate that I am. I shouldn't feel sorry for him. That's what narcissistic people do. They make you feel like anything bad that happens to them is the end of the world. If something bad is happening to them, you can't let that happen. But if something bad is happening to you, that is totally fine. And when I had that mental breakdown at the start of this year and ended up in hospital, they wouldn't put me into a mental hospital because they said I wasn't that bad, even though I was absolutely making no sense. But they put him into one for a couple of months, so I can't even imagine how bad his mental health must have been for them to put him into a hospital for a long amount of time. It is now the end of May, nearly the start of June, which means it's nearly my 26th birthday. And the police emailed back today to answer some of the questions that I had to help me make a better decision of whether I should use my right to review and appeal their decision to throw it out or whether I should walk away. So I've got like 2 weeks to make a decision. They did confirm in this email that the text message where he said, "I swore she didn't want to do it," isn't enough. And that was kind of like one of my main pieces of evidence. So I'm not convinced that I would win if I went to court. I mean, I was never going to win anything. This was always going to be a lose-lose situation. There was never going to be a winner, no matter what happens here. It was never going to be a positive outcome. It would either be that he was found not guilty and I was painted as a liar, or he would have been found guilty and I would have been found to have been telling the truth, but I still would have had to have lived with this the rest of my life. There was never going to be a winner. I would never have considered myself to be a winner, even if I had won the case. I want to appeal. I want to keep fighting. I don't want to walk away after 3-4 years, but I feel like walking away is the most reasonable and most likely option. It's taken me since January 5 months to get over my mental breakdown and start feeling strong enough to get back out and start working again. And I feel like shit, to be honest. But at least I can't cry. I'm taking new antidepressants. I can't cry no matter what I do. And I can't tell if that's a good thing or a bad thing right now. If I don't appeal, then obviously I'm gonna create this video and put it out there. I know a lot of people that I have now made up with and I'm on good terms with are gonna see this and probably not be very happy. And I'm not making this video to hurt anyone. I just have to be honest about everything. I had 3 months to make a decision, and those 3 months are now up, so I had to make a decision today. And I found out today the other victim in this has also decided to not continue because of, you know, the stress of everything. But I've made the decision to accept it and walk away. So that's it. 3 years of going through this case, for it to end like this, for it to just have been, to just not get where I wanted it to be. So I guess that means I'm doing it. I'm posting this video that I've been filming for the past year. I just can't believe it's come to this. So now that the case has been thrown out and there's nothing else I can do this. This is all I can do. This is all I have left. And no doubt he's going to try and take that away from me too. I told the police that if the case was thrown out, I would do this. And they said, that is within your legal right to do as long as you don't identify him. And I wasn't going to anyway, but there you have it. And despite how much I very much dislike him right now, I still don't want anybody to hurt him. So that's that's just not what I've ever wanted. I'm never one for advocating for violence. So I know that there's going to be a lot of people that want to hurt him, and I completely understand that, but please don't do it for me. Don't do it on my behalf. That's not what I want. I've been trying to protect him, and I mean, if he had confessed, then he would have gone to maybe a mental hospital prison rather than a normal prison, because I asked the police specifically if he could go to a mental hospital prison rather than a prison, because I knew normal prison was not going to be any help at all. And they said to me that that is not my choice, that would be up to a judge, but we never got that far. But if he had confessed, he could have pleaded mental illness, and he would have had a shorter sentence, because if he had denied it and was found guilty in court, he would get extra time for lying to the judge. And they said that a lot of the time they will see the evidence and confess because they realise I can't explain my way out of this one. So I really hoped that that would be how this ended, that he would see the evidence in court and admit to what he's done, so that he can get a shorter sentence and so that he can be off the streets somewhere serving time for what he did. And I'm sure his family are going to think, well, he spent 3 months in a mental hospital, so he's done his time, he's paid his price. But 3 months is not long enough for 2 counts of rape and a sexual assault and sexual harassment and threats to kill. And I hoped that he would make the right choice to protect himself, because if he was in a mental hospital prison, nobody could hurt him there. But he has chosen not to do that. Also, apparently, if someone is found guilty of a crime but goes to a mental hospital prison rather than a normal prison, the media is banned from talking about it. You can't see it in the news to protect that person's health. So if he had made that choice, then I wouldn't be allowed to do this today. But he hasn't made that choice. He has decided to put me through this. And I'm not the only person. Like, he's put his family through this. His family now have to hear all of this, and his family have had to deal with this, and it's not fair to them either. He has just hurt so many people. You know, my family, all the victims have families and friends and loved ones that have had to support them through this. Everything that he's done has been completely selfish and affected so many people. It's not just me. And he's just free, walking around. He's back on YouTube making his movies again, actually, as if none of this ever happened, if you were wondering. And at least now you know, if I end up dead under mysterious circumstances, who did it. I mean, this video is essentially me drawing a big target on my face. But what else can I do? The option of walking away and never talking about it again is not an option for me, because I did that, and it only let him hurt more people, and I can't let him do that again. If this video protects people, then I am willing to put my face out there and tell my story. Because hiding it to protect him has only made it worse. And I'm sure his family are going to protect him because they love him. When I loved him, I protected him too. So I get that. I can't blame them for that. And if his family want to send me a cease and desist letter, I'm sure their bosses will love to hear about all the times that they have intimidated witnesses, and all the times they told women that if they talked out about him, then something bad would happen to them, which is intimidation. I'm sure their bosses will love to hear all about that. And if they want to retaliate, then finally I can get my own lawyer. And that is what I've been trying to do for so long. And I hope this video won't trigger him to contact the other victims or me, because if he does, I will know about it and I will send the police straight back to his door. And I'm sure he's surprised to hear all of this. I'm sure he didn't expect me to find all of these people. And I wish I didn't have to. I wish that I didn't have to. Right now, I should be planning a wedding and living with my fiancé and living my life happily. And I have not been allowed to do that. How am I supposed to focus on anything else when this big thing has been looming over me for years? And I hope that now that this is out here, this is the end. I can close that book. I can lock that door. I can walk away and move on. I've put everything out there that I possibly can, and I don't want to have to think about it again. I don't want to go through this again. I don't want to have to hear in a couple of weeks that he's done this to more people. I just want to end this here. I want this to be the end. And I really didn't want to have to discuss my entire sex life on the internet. This is not something I ever wanted to do. But even though it's embarrassing, it's really important. Because if I'd had proper sex education, if people had warned me of the signs of abuse and told me what is and isn't okay, then maybe it would have changed the outcome for me. Maybe I would have been able to protect myself. if someone had given me the knowledge and the tools to do that. So please, if you have young children, teenagers, whatever, talk to them about body autonomy and consent, because talking about sex education isn't going to encourage young people to have sex. They're going to do it anyway when they're older. At least give them the knowledge that they need to do it safely. Protect them. Please. Don't let them go through what I went through. Be honest with them, even though it's a hard conversation to have. Teaching consent and the law when it comes to things like this is so important. Tell them they should not have to say no more than once. You should say no and that person should take it. They shouldn't have to beg and coerce and try and change your mind. Tell them the things that someone might say to them in an attempt to trick them, and tell them what is true and what is not true. Tell them that coerced consent is not real consent. Tell them that they're allowed to change their mind. They are allowed to consent, and then they're allowed to change their mind later and say, never mind, I don't want this anymore. And that person should respect it. As soon as the consent is removed, it is non-consensual, and that is rape. And I know that instantly people hear charges have been dropped and assume, well, the victim must have been lying, then it must not have been true. You see it all the time. A celebrity is accused of something and the accuser drops the charges and everyone says, so they didn't do it. The victim just wanted fame and attention and they were just lying the whole time. And that is not always the case. Sometimes charges are dropped because there is a lack of evidence, or because it's just too difficult for somebody to go through this process. And that doesn't mean that that person is innocent or that the victim is lying. It just means that the process of reporting somebody for a crime like this is just so difficult. And it doesn't work. The current system that is in place does not protect victims. It only protects abusers. And if it did work, there wouldn't be only like a 2% success rate. But anyway, enough about him. More about me. I am now a model. Remember when he said that he should date a model? Turns out he already did. I now model. I am a social media content creator, an award-winning content creator, might I add, and I'm also the lead female ambassador for multiple charities. I work with some really amazing companies. I'm traveling the UK, I'm getting over my anxieties, I am engaged, and I don't know if this video will affect my future careers, my jobs. Some brands might not want to be associated with me after hearing all of this, which is fair, I guess. So I'm not doing this with the expectation of gaining anything from it. And I really don't want people to pity me and treat me differently because now they know everything. I really don't want people to look at me differently or to feel sorry. I mean, it sounds silly to say I don't want people to feel sorry for me, because I do. I want people to sympathise with what I've gone through, but I don't want people to pity me. I don't want pity. And I don't want to have to keep talking about it. Now that it's all out here, please, I don't want to keep talking about it. It's been so hard acting like this isn't going on. Like, I just had to continue going through my daily jobs and posting on the internet like everything is fine, with this going on in the background, and I haven't been allowed to talk about it. And it's been so hard. Like, how are you supposed to act like everything is normal when your life is falling apart? Hopefully I have turned my bad situation into a good one, in the sense that this might help other people. If you stuck around to the end, thank you. I'm sorry that it has taken so long for me to get here. There's just so much to say. And I don't know how to end this video, to be honest, so I'm just going to keep going and going until it kind of just